Hello, hello. Hello, crafting. Hello, Chihuahua Mama. Mama's the boss. Hello, everybody. How are you? How are we doing today? Let me look at this. I better. Sorry, 1 minute. Okay. Updating my Hello. Good morning, Sicilian. Are we excited about today? Yikes. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. You're good. Oh, wow. Oh, Sicilian is on it. Yep, you are correct, Amundo. I know, isn't that crazy? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yep, I do have the question up already today. I'm on top of stuff today. Hello, Mirandy. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you. I meant to tell you, Mirandy, I have something for you. I'm excited. I'm going to send it to you. I'll get it out hopefully this week. You know, I'm bad about stuff. Good morning. Hi, Devious. How are you doing? Queen said you were deep diving into the Preston Lord case. It's a lot of crazy stuff, right? I'm excited, Randy. I showed Queen this weekend. Yeah, I went to the races with Queen and her family on, me and Mr. Snotty did on Saturday. We had a great time. It was fun. I know, it's exciting to. This trial is supposed to last 2 months. Oh my God. That's why we're playing a game, Devious, because we're trying to make this not so horrible. Because yes, it is horrible. And then to not even realize the you know, I was going over what happened yesterday, and it's almost like, hey Gobby, hello. You know, it's almost like we're just kind of not thinking that much about it, because I started replaying it and I'm like, oh my God, this is horrible what we just listened to. And it's almost like it's kind of calloused over, you know? I did keep thinking that yesterday. I was like, wow, like we're talking about children buried in this yard. I mean, this is crazy. Oh, you know what, Devious? Colin came in yesterday with a message for me. Every time I've ever seen him give somebody a message, I'm like, oh. And I was so blown away. It is wild, huh? It really is. It is. Good morning, Frazzled. Good to see you, sweetheart. Where is Gobby? That was really awesome. He is. I love that. I know. Isn't that wild? Yeah. I know. Because yesterday morning, I didn't even know I was going to. I got all emotional and stuff. I'm like, wow, I didn't even see that coming. And yeah, that was so wild. I spent all evening last night talking to my best friend about it. So that was really awesome. But yeah, we got a whole nother day of this stuff going on. What I figured out, so they're going to have a long lunch. We should be good about, I know, right? Chihuahua moment. That's the whole thing though. See, like that's what makes it feels so real. Like that you, um, no, you know what is so funny? My friend that I've had since third grade, she's like the only person other than my family that totally knew my mom, and I love the way she totally knew my mom. That's really special to me. Right. It's very real. Yeah. And especially the things he told me, like, that's what my friend was saying last night. She's like, no way. Like, yeah, I think so. It was really awesome. So, yeah, today the lunch is supposed to last longer. They're going to have a hearing. But I think, hopefully we're still good as far as being able to get through most of this. I think we've been pretty good at that. Only a little bit, and it's been okay. I mean, look how weird yesterday ended. I was sitting here going, what the hell just happened? So strange. I don't know. And what I guess happened, remember yesterday whenever the judge spoke about people not, behaving properly or whatever in the courtroom? It was apparently people not standing up for when the jury came in. And he said some people have been talking and the judge is getting mad about that. Oh, really? Oh, that one. It's so funny. Everything I have hanging up in our room is all stuff that is based from our wedding or our honeymoon. Like over here, I have all the pictures and different things I bought from our honeymoon. And then it's just all that kind of stuff. Hey, Tough. But thank you very much. Let me see. Get Tough in here. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and get this started. Let me make sure I didn't miss something here. Okay, I'll get this started and then I will be in. Oh, good morning. I know it's morning for me. It's not for most people. Hello, Be Kind. How are you? Good to see you. Okay, I've got this spreadsheet all updated at this point. I will keep my eye on everything. That's what Chihuahua Mama just said. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Wait till I get the Gerri's going to custom make me a blanket for our bed. It's not going to be a quilt, but it's going to be designed to look like a quilt. And everything in the middle will be a really big cross. And then different squares will be stuff from our wedding, like certain Bible verses and stuff that pertain to our wedding and our wedding song, that kind of stuff. So I'm really excited. It's going to make my room look a lot better. I did send him. Is Gerri here? I didn't see her. There you are, Gerri. I didn't notice you. I keep going over. Oh, I missed Frazzled's message too. I did, Frazzled. I did. I kept waking up and like I felt like I was just talking to my mom all night. It was awesome. It really was. It was great. See, I even went back and I still missed some. Okay, I will get this started so I don't carry on any longer.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
I did want to say, Gerri, you know what? Whenever I looked at this again last night too, I don't want, you know what? I really felt like Ron Wood did not do a good job yesterday, and I still believe that. But I don't think it could be ruined because honestly, they had to have heard him say, I'm not coming back. You know what I mean? There was way too much there, I think. I do. I'm not going to concern myself with it. That's what I'm saying right now. I'm not going to do that. Just saying.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell.
Yes, Gerri.
Was present. Ms.
I was
Blake
extremely disappointed in that.
Direct of the witness yesterday, and we'll be continuing with the same witness this morning. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll note also
this woman's going to be talking all about
the defendant and counsel, Mr. Pryor. The court will note
how all
again,
these burner phones, all these different phones, and
I appreciate those in attendance adhering to
contact names in there.
Terms of that courtroom conduct order. We did have.
I mean, I know Trey thinks that if you put
of the public yesterday that we're not permitted to
Robert De Niro in the
later
phone,
in
then
the
that is
afternoon
who
for
that
not
number
complying
belongs
with
to,
that.
but not so much.
Again, today
Not so much.
it will be in effect, and I appreciate everyone in the audience here following those admonitions in that order. In addition, I'll note that this trial is being live streamed. We are showing that directly through the court's official channel, which is the best signal if anyone is following the trial through that for public access. And note, we did confirm that the signal coming through off the court's website has the best quality if anybody's interested in following it that way. A few other things I'll note that the jurors are all present today.
Okay. You can hear too, right? Everything's good now.
Declarations or acknowledgements that they followed the court's admonishing instructions, and so all are present and seated. And I appreciate you continuing to follow the court's admonition at the conclusion of trial each day. Ms. Heidman's on the stand at this point and is still under oath for testimony. And I will just inquire to make sure you didn't do anything to go back and review or look at any other testimony before returning today. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we'll conclude or continue then with direct examination of the witness.
Yep.
And as you testify, Ms. Blake and Ms. Heidman, please talk right into the microphone so we get a good, clear audio. And with that in mind, you can continue with your direct, Ms. Blake.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heidemann, we left off yesterday going through phone attribution, but just since we had a break, will you remind the jury where you're employed?
The Federal Bureau of Investigation,
And what is your job title?
tactical specialist.
And in assisting with this investigation regarding the missing children, did that investigation ultimately expand into more than just missing children?
It did.
And what did it expand to include?
Into the deaths of Charles
Is that
Jallow,
question up there
J.J.
in the
Vallow,
way, you guys? Do you
Kylie
want me to
Ryan,
move that?
Tammy Daybell, and shooting attempts of Brandon Boudreaux and Tammy Daybell.
And as part,
Tammy, yes.
as part of your role in the investigation, were you tasked with looking at some Google searches done in association with a Gmail associated with Chad Daybell and a Gmail address associated with Lori Vallow?
Yes,
And did you in fact look at some searches that were conducted by both of those two
yes.
or their emails?
Their email accounts, correct.
And in looking through those, did you focus on a specific time date?
Yes.
And what was that?
In general, from October 2018 through January 2020.
And was it a similar time frame that you looked at in the phone attributions as well?
Yes,
In looking through those searches, did you prepare an exhibit today?
yes,
And did you prepare that exhibit based off your searches and what you reviewed in relation to the evidence or discovery?
yes, I did.
Do you believe that that would assist in your testimony today?
Yes,
And do you believe it would assist the jurors in understanding as well?
I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be shown what's been marked as State's Exhibit 184A. I do have a copy for the court. I gave counsel a copy yesterday. Similar to the exhibit yesterday, there is actually a thumb drive that contains this actual exhibit, but these are printout slides from a PowerPoint.
Okay.
I do too, like,
And if you could look at those pages,
show a whole lot of clear
is that an
deceitfulness
accurate
going on
depiction of the PowerPoint
from
that
very
you put
early
together?
on.
It is.
And when we look at that, we talked about the time frame that you focused on. During the time you were looking at these searches, were the children still missing?
Yes,
And in part of what you were looking for, were you still focused on attempting to locate the children or learn information about them?
yes,
Does this accurately reflect a summary of the searches that you pulled out as relevant at that point in time?
yes,
Do you believe these are still relevant?
I do.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 184A.
Any
Judge,
objection?
as a summary, there won't be any objection.
All right, 184A is admitted, and again, to be clear, that's not the printed off sheets. That will be the PowerPoint on a file contained on a thumb drive, correct, Ms. Blake?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, it is admitted.
And Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Yes.
Sorry, my computer is thinking a moment. On this first slide, can you walk us through what we're seeing here?
Yes, this is a summary of search activity of interest observed in an account titled chad.daybell@gmail.com. We started the review on October 1st, 2018 through the end of the production when legal process ended.
And do you recall approximately when that would have been?
I don't remember off the top of my head what the search warrant dates were, no.
Is your recollection that they would have been around the same time as that phone attribution?
Probably pretty close, yes.
So again, when the children were still missing.
Correct.
And if we look at that first search there, and I say search, let me back up. When we look at the first date there, can you walk us through what those searches were?
Yes. On January 28th, 2019, there was searches for Ned Snyder, 1996 death, Louisiana. Ned Snyder, Louisiana. Ned Snyder, Louisiana, born 1951, died 1996. And bodies possessed after original occupant dies.
And in looking at that, there's some semicolons. Why are those there?
They were separate searches, or the way that the return comes in, it might have been a search and then visiting a site, for example. So I didn't separate out which ones. These just appear in the search history under different times, different searches, but on the same date.
So several searches done on the same date for Ned Schneider.
Correct.
Why did that stick out to you?
That is connected to other portions of this investigation, wherein Charles Vallow makes a comment right around this time.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
Basis.
Well, it's hearsay. And in addition, Judge, there's no foundation to establish where this witness gained that information. So at the very least, I'd like some foundation. And then in addition, there's also a hearsay argument as well.
It's sustained on grounds of hearsay, calls for hearsay.
Thank you, Your Honor. As part of this investigation, we talked earlier that originally you get involved in looking for missing children.
Correct.
And at some point that expanded to include other acts.
Yes.
And you mentioned previously that one of those acts was the killing of Charles Vallow.
Correct.
Through your investigation, did you come to learn anything in relation to Charles Vallow and Ned Snyder?
Yes.
What did you learn in relation to the investigation?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There hasn't been sufficient foundation to establish how this witness learned of this information as it relates to Charles Vallow.
I will.
Investigation, did you review multiple documents?
I did.
Did you review multiple reports?
Yes,
Did you review phone data that was recovered?
I did.
In your review of reports and phone data, did you learn anything regarding the name Ned Schneider?
I did.
Did you learn of the importance of the name Ned Schneider?
Yes.
And what did you learn regarding the name Ned Schneider?
Judge, again, I'm going to renew my objection on the basis of foundation. The only reference to knowledge was from reports or documents that are unidentified. If this witness is going to start relaying information about what she learned, I would think at least I'd be entitled to know what document she's referring to, where this information was gained from.
And Your Honor, may I respond?
Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
Your Honor, I think under the collective knowledge doctrine, she's already talked about it being a joint investigation that she reviewed and discussed the matter. And in relation to hearsay, it's not coming in for the truth of the matter. It's coming in for why she does what she does and why it's relevant to her through the investigation.
I am going to overrule the objection and allow it to be answered at this point with sufficient foundation.
Thank you. What did you learn in relation to the relevance of Ned Snyder and Charles Vallow?
In reviewing police reports from Chandler Police Department and body cam footage, I believe from Gilbert Police Department, Charles Vallow makes comments that his wife, Lori Vallow, was referring to him as variations on the name Ned Schneider. Additionally, the name Ned and variations of the name Ned Schneider appear in Lori Vallow's iCloud accounts, again, in reference to Charles Vallow.
And then there's also one on there, bodies possessed after original occupant dies. What was it about that that stood out to you?
The concept of possession is sort of prevalent through this investigation. This is, I believe, the first time we start seeing it, wherein Charles Vallow has become possessed by an entity named Ned. So again, I spoke yesterday about there being a lot of aliases in this case with Chad and Lori, but also with some of the victims in this case where they are possessed by entities and therefore then being referred to by these names, Ned being one of them for Charles.
And then the next search on there, can you read the date and what that search was?
January 31st, 2019, Ned Schneider, Louisiana, obituary 1997.
And did that stand out to you for the same reasons you've just explained?
It did.
And then the next one on there, can you read that and what the date and what the search was?
March 6th, 2019, June 26th, star sign, are Cancer and Leo compatible? May 4 sign, Taurus and Leo compatible.
And when we're looking at this one, what stood out about this particular search?
Lori Vallow's birthday is June 26th, making her a Cancer. May 4th was Tammy's birthday, making her a Taurus, and Chad Daybell's birthday is August 11th, which makes him a Leo. And then the search of the compatibility between those signs.
And on March 6th of 2019, do you know if Tammy Daybell was still alive?
She was.
And you indicated Chad and Lori had met approximately when?
October 26th, 2018.
And looking at the next search, can you read the date and talk a little bit about that one?
May 5th, 2019, malachite and eBay malachite jewelry.
And what stood out about that to you?
Chad and Lori eventually ended up purchasing malachite stone wedding bands.
And again, May 5th, was Tammy still alive?
She was.
What stood out about, or excuse me, on the next one, can you say the date and what that search was?
June 1st, 2019, Iplos.
And what caught your attention with regard to that search?
In reviewing the iCloud data and seeing text messages, it becomes apparent that Hiplos is another entity name for Charles Vallow, replacing Ned.
So both Ned Schneider and Hiplos or Iplos are names associated with Charles Vallow.
Correct.
And on June 1st of 2019, do you know if Charles Vallow was still alive?
He was.
How about the next search, the date and that search?
July 9th, 2019, when you surprise someone with accusations.
What caught your attention in relation to that search?
That search was conducted 2 days before Charles was shot and killed.
And then the next one, the one on September 8th, 2019, you could talk about that search.
SSW wind, and what is the definition of SSW direction?
What caught your attention with that wind search?
That search occurred the last day of Tylee Ryan's sighting, and we believe she was burned and buried on his property the following day.
And we talked a little bit before, there were other searches in relation to this email. Is that accurate?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
In your review of those, were there any other searches for wind direction?
Not that I saw.
So this was not a common search done by or associated with this email address?
No.
And then the last one on there, if you could say the date and what that one is.
October 8th, 2019, Rhode Island area code.
And what was it about this search that drew your attention?
As mentioned yesterday, there were numerous phones involved in this investigation. On October 8th, 2019, the 401 number we spoke about yesterday was activated, which is the 401 is the area code for Rhode Island.
And as you said, we talked about that one yesterday. And is that one that Chad had let Lori know he was going to text her from that 401 number?
That's correct.
And did that occur around this same date?
I believe it was the day after. Yeah, it was, I think there was an issue setting up the actual account. So it was the 9th, I believe, that he texted from his known number to Lori saying he would call from a 401.
And then if we move to the next slide, can you talk a little bit about what we're seeing on this slide?
Again, it's a summary of search activity of interest observed in the lollytimeforever@gmail.com account from March 7th, 2019 through December 14th, 2019.
And that lollytimeforever@gmail, did you determine who the associated user is?
Lori Vallow.
And on this first search, can you talk about what we're seeing there?
May 7th, 2019, malachite.
I think you've already talked about the malachite. I believe you said that's a stone that was that ended up in Chad and Lori's wedding bands or wedding
That's
rings.
correct, yes.
And when we look at the date there, was that date significant to you?
May 7th?
Well, I guess let me ask it this way. On May 7th, was Tammy still alive?
Yes, both Charles and Tammy were still alive at this point.
And the next search, if you could talk about the date and what that one is.
July 21st, 2019, Gerber Life Policy, Life Insurance for Children, the Grow Up Plan.
And what was it about that search that stood out?
We found it of interest seeing how children were missing and she was searching for life insurance for children.
And to be clear, through the investigation, did you ever determine if life insurance had been purchased for the children?
No, we did not.
And to the best of your knowledge, there was no life insurance.
No.
And the next search there and the date?
July 26th, 2019, Phoenix Pet Services, Craigslist, Self-Service Dog, Little Angel Service Dogs for Sale, and Offer Up Phoenix.
And there's several searches there.
Correct.
And they appear to be in relation to a service dog.
That's correct.
Why did that?
Okay, I just have to say this really quick. So listening to that, what it says is, to me, they looked up life insurance for the kids because there was a consideration that they would kill them and, let people know they had done so and get life insurance. But then they realized that by just taking over their monthly Social Security for both the kids would be more than life insurance policy. That's what it's sounding like to me. Wow. Wow. Okay. Hello, sis.
That stand out to you in this case?
JJ had a service dog at the time, and this search occurred roughly 2 weeks after the death of Charles Vallow. So to attempt to sell a service dog for a child after the death of his father seemed of interest to us.
Right.
And again, to
It's
be
sick,
clear,
though.
JJ
My
was still
God.
alive on July 26th.
Right.
He was, yes.
Hey, Blue-Eyed.
And the next search there?
August 25th, 2019, wedding bands made of malachite.
I think you were absolutely right, Blue-Eyed.
And I think we've talked a little bit
Absolutely.
about this. Did that stand out to you for the same reason?
It did, although at this point, Charles Vallow is no longer alive.
Was Tammy Daybell still alive?
She was.
And the next search?
September 20th, 2019, Kennedy Elementary, Rexburg, Idaho phone number and define possess.
And then if we also look at that next search, Can you read the date on that one?
September 24th, 2019, Kennedy Elementary, Rexburg, Idaho phone number.
So for both the September 20th and September 24th, looking at that common search for the Kennedy Elementary phone number, why did that catch your attention?
We believe that JJ died around the 22nd, 23rd. So these searches would have
Hello, blue-eyed.
bookended
No,
that-
he is
that
not.
death
And do you know where JJ
This,
was
I gotta
enrolled
tell you
in
what
school,
happened yesterday.
around the
I'm
time
gonna
of his
text
death?
you right now.
at Kennedy Elementary in Rexburg, Idaho.
And on the 20th, there was that one additional search, define possess. What was it about that that stood out?
Similarly to the first Ned Schneider searches that also included that possession, the concept of possession and deaths sort of going hand in hand was of interest.
And this search occurred 2 to 3 days before, or I guess 2 to 3 days before JJ's last seen alive.
That's correct.
And then if we move down to the September 30th one, can you talk a little bit about that?
How to get the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler. Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal, how to DIY. Yeah. Rear seat removal, how to DIY dash YouTube.
And it looks like there's essentially 2 searches there.
The way that it's written, it looks like it was probably a search and then clicking on like a YouTube link to show this,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
And what was it about that that stood out to you?
Tylee Ryan had a Jeep Wrangler as her everyday car. At this point, she is no longer alive, or her last proof of life has passed. On September 30th, well, on October 2nd, Brandon Boudreau is shot at from a Jeep Wrangler from somebody in the back seat or the rear area of a Jeep Wrangler in Arizona. So the search of how to get the backseat out of my Jeep Wrangler by Lori, who has access to a Jeep Wrangler. Alex Cox is believed to have been the one that attempted to shoot Brandon Boudreau, who would have had access to this Jeep Wrangler. Additionally, on October 2nd, there's a video of a storage unit in Idaho where Chad and Lori are on surveillance video storing a tire, like a spare tire, and what looks like the back seat of a Jeep or some sort of vehicle in a storage unit just a few days after this search.
And then if we move to the next search,
October 2nd, 2019, Gilbert, Arizona News.
what stood out about that search?
Brandon Boudreau was shot at in Gilbert, Arizona on October 2nd.
And then the final search on here?
October 22nd, 2019, wedding dresses in Kauai.
And why did that search or those searches draw your attention?
The search was, again, wedding planning, and then also it's just days after Tammy's death and the same date as her funeral.
And when you say just days after Tammy's death, do you know the day Tammy was pronounced dead?
October 19th, 2019.
So just 3 days after Tammy's death.
That's correct.
No, that's okay.
And you also indicated this search was done on the same day as Tammy's funeral.
That's correct.
Do you know if Chad and Lori ultimately ended up getting married?
They did
Do you know approximately when?
in early November.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
Morning. Well, I'm not sworn, so probably I'm tactical specialist is my title. TS if it's easier.
Mr. Pryor, your microphone's not working. for
All
some
right,
reason.
Judge.
There you go.
Blake pulled one on me here.
Okay.
Turned off the phone, microphone. So you're not so how would you like me to refer to you again? I'm sorry.
Tactical specialist is my title.
Okay. Is there an easier,
TS or
TS Heidemann, would that be fair?
that works, yes.
Okay. Okay. So, TS Heidemann, it sounds from, your testimony that you've spent a considerable amount of time, going over the evidence in this case.
That's correct, sir.
And you've familiarized yourself with a variety of topics. Those would include what happened in Arizona, right? What happened with Brandon Boudreaux,
Correct.
okay, and what has happened here in terms of the facts and information. You spent a bit of time, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you're also aware that Chad Daybell is not implicated criminally in the death of Charles Vallow, Lori Vallow's fourth husband, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also aware that Chad Daybell is not criminally implicated in the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux in where Brandon Boudreaux was shot, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So before I get into the gist of what I'm going to talk to you about, I noticed that there's an FBI representative in the court today, and that he has been here on a number of occasions watching the testimony. I can't attest to the specific number, but I know he's been here several times. Is that your officer supervisor that's here supervising your testimony?
He's not my direct supervisor, but I do work with him, yes.
Okay, so what is he here for?
Observation,
Okay.
just to observe the,
And at any time prior to your testimony, did you discuss with this FBI person anything you were going to say today, since he's been watching the testimony for several days?
we have not discussed it he's been a part of the investigation for quite a while, so he knows of it, but we haven't discussed in detail what I'm testifying to now.
And I appreciate you saying it that way. When you say he hasn't discussed it with me in detail, what I really want to know is he discussed it with you at all in any regard, in any capacity since since this trial started.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on relevance and beyond the scope of direct.
All right. Well, the issue goes to the exclusionary order, and we need to just get to that point, Mr. Pryor, as to whether or not you believe there's been any violation of that.
And in essence, Judge, what I'm asking is whether she's in any regard spoken to that representative of the FBI about this case.
You can ask the question.
That's the question I'm asking. Judge.
About this case, yes, we have spoken about this case.
And when did you speak?
Over the last 4 years,
Okay.
4.5 years.
Did you speak in the last week during the testimony of this case?
Possibly. I don't remember off the top of my head if we had any other than if I was going to testify or
Okay.
timing.
And what I'm concerned about is this, is that he's not your direct supervisor, right?
That's correct.
And there's no need to report to him, right?
It's a co-situation. I don't necessarily need to report to him, but I do, as a courtesy, I am on his squad, but I have a different direct supervisor. So as a courtesy, I like to let him know if I'm
Okay.
in the office
All
or
right.
not.
And I'm going to move on. I just wanted to actually, part of that was the judge's exclusionary rule and whether or not you folks are communicating about this case. And your answer is maybe a little bit, but not in any significant way, right?
Not in any significant way, not beyond what we've talked about in the last 4+ years now.
And even though this FBI officer isn't your direct supervisor, you're just talking in general about this case, right?
I can't say in the last week or so if we have or not. Any details? Nothing that stands out, no.
Okay, so you don't remember whether you talked to somebody or not in the last week about a very important case in your life. Is that what you're telling me?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as argumentative and asked and answered.
Sustained.
Now, you identified that you were looking into attribution information and looking for Google searches as it related to this case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now you know the circumstances regarding JJ Vallow's death, correct?
As much as I can.
Much
yes.
as you can,
Yeah,
right? And you have an approximate date as to when you believe JJ Vallow was killed, right?
correct.
And what date was that?
Well, the last proof of life was September 22nd, 2019 in the morning. We have a photo of that date. So somewhere between then and approximately September 23rd.
All right, so the afternoon of September 22nd until the morning of September 23rd, correct? Is that fair?
Yeah, morning, early afternoon, correct. Yes.
Morning, early afternoon of September 23rd.
I don't remember the exact time.
Oh, it's
but Yes,
okay.
those time frames.
Well, this is a problem. Our court reporter is never going to be able to keep up when you're talking at the same time and you're both actually doing it. So please wait for an answer, wait for a new question, and don't talk over each other. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So if and please don't let me misrepresent your testimony. You believe that JJ Vallow was murdered the afternoon of September 22nd up until either late morning or sometime early September 23rd, correct?
That's correct.
And at the time, are you aware of the 4 people who were around JJ Vallow at that specific time?
What 4 people? I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to. You're aware that JJ Vallow was allegedly murdered either in an apartment of Lori Vallow's or a close proximity to that. You agree with that, right?
I don't know that we know exactly where he was killed. No.
Okay. But you do know that JJ Vallow was being watched by Alex Cox that day and that evening of the 22nd, correct?
Partially, yes.
Okay. And you know that Melanie Gibb was there on the evening of the 22nd at Lori Vallow's apartment, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And you know that David Warwick was there on the 22nd on the evening of the day or the day that JJ Vallow was murdered, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so we have Lori Vallow, correct? On
Correct.
that day?
Yes.
Alex Cox on that day, correct?
Correct.
Melanie Gibb on that day, correct?
Correct.
David Warwick on that day, correct?
Correct.
So I'm having some difficulty with you bringing up these Google searches. And this is why I'm having some difficulty is you're talking today about searching these people's and talking about events, and we'll get to these events in a minute. I don't see any Google searches on Melanie Gibb or David Warwick. And why is that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as argumentative.
Overruled.
Why don't I have any Google search information on Melanie Gibb or David Warwick?
I'm not aware if I don't know off the top of my head if any legal process was served on those individuals or not.
Well, and this is what I'm having some difficulty with. This is what I'm struggling with.
Your Honor, objection to the narrative. If he wants to ask a question.
I'll sustain that. Just
Okay.
questions, Mr. Pryor.
Okay. Well, if David Warwick and Melanie Gibb were present for the murder of JJ Vallow, why aren't we looking into their Google searches?
I don't actually write the search warrant, sir, so
Okay.
I'm not sure if they were who would have done that.
Okay. But it's common knowledge that they were at least there, right?
For a partial time, yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're also aware as part of your investigation that, and we can discuss when we think this took place, but Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow were having a relationship, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they were engaged in a romantic relationship.
Yes, sir.
And it may have been when Charles Vallow was alive. It may have been after that, but we do know that after Charles Vallow's death, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell were in a relationship.
That's correct.
And Chad was still married to Tammy Daybell at that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. when someone's in a relationship and you're looking at Google searches, could some of these Google searches be explained that he's trying to hide his extramarital affair with Lori Vallow?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the.
Well, let me go over it this way. You saw on 3/6 of 2019, May 6th of 2019. Would you like me to put this up so we can look at this? Would that be easier for you?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh. Now tell me how I operate this. That's going to be a
Which exhibit is this?
problem. Judge, I don't have the number on it. It was what Ms. Blake was just talking to as part of the attribution and the Googles.
That 184A?
I think so.
Okay, 184A, then I'll note, not the PowerPoint, but the printout copy can be displayed to the witness and published for cross-exam.
And please excuse me, at my age, technology is just getting hooked up to Bluetooth is a challenge for me. So we're looking at 3/6 of 2019, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, before I start, one of the things I have some difficulty with is we don't know who did these Google searches, right?
Correct. I cannot say that I witnessed Chad Daybell type these into a search bar, but somebody with access to the Chad Daybell account
So if there was,
conducted searches, yes.
Judge, I'll pause. I'm sorry. The next question's already in my head and it's just getting it to spit out and I'll try to control myself a little bit. So you put this off of a computer at Chad Daybell's house, right?
I reviewed a search warrant return from Google is what I
Okay.
was looking at, so not the computer directly, no.
So other than the time when Tammy Daybell passed away, are you aware that there were 3 or 4 other people who were living in Chad Daybell's house at the time?
I don't know. I think at least one child, but there could have been more. It's possible,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So we don't know who actually did these searches, right?
Or I don't know from what device these were searched. No, I mean, it could have been a phone. You could be logging into from different devices, correct?
Okay. So I want to start, and we'll deal with the Ned Schneider ones in a minute here. 3/6/2019. Tammy Daybell's still alive, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm looking at that, and on 3/6/2019, Chad Daybell was already in this relationship with Lori Vallow, right?
Correct.
So, and I don't want you don't have to say what you're thinking, but it looks like June 26th star sign are Cancer, Lead compatible, and Leo compatible. And also May 4 sign Taurus and Leo compatible. That's what that is, right?
Correct.
And what your testimony said is that it looks like someone's trying to see whether, if we assume that it's Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell in the Cancer and Leo, right? That's what you're sort of implying to this jury, isn't it?
Well, based on the birth dates, May
Right.
4th and June 26th, correct? Yes.
Okay. And based on the birth dates, May 4th of Taurus and Leo compatible as well, right? On March 6th.
Yes.
So if someone is trying to find out and is involved in an extramarital relationship, and you're Googling whether or not your current spouse or your new girlfriend are compatible, that would be a reasonable explanation, would it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we go back and look at the malachite, eBay malachite jewelry on May 5, right?
Correct.
Okay. And if you're talking to someone that you're having an extramarital affair, and they encourage you to say, oh, someday maybe we could be together. I love malachite. And she starts dropping hints. That could be an explanation for that as well, right?
It could, but I believe that Chad's malachite searches began before Lori's.
Oh, but I understand the searches.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I understand that. But why don't you show me the phone records where they talked about malachite and that Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell discussed the issue of malachite? Did you see any of those?
I can't remember if they were in any text messages or not, but ultimately they purchased wedding bands that were malachite wedding bands. Yes.
Okay. And were you also aware that during this time, there was discussion with Alex Cox and Zuluma Pastenes about malachite as well?
I don't remember off the top of my head. No, sir.
Okay. All right. So we don't know whether this search for malachite was a discussion between a boyfriend and a girlfriend, or whether or not it was about Alex Cox and his future marriage to Zuluma Pastenes, right?
Objection, Your Honor. States facts not in evidence and argumentative.
Sustain.
Now, the Ned Schneider issue. Again, when was Charles Vallow murdered by Lori Vallow and Alex Cox?
July 11th, 2019.
Okay. So there was a discussion about this, and the first time you ever heard about Ned Schneider was when Charles Vallow brought it up in an audio recording about his wife at the time, correct?
I believe that's correct, somewhere in early January.
And the date of that was when?
I don't have the exact date of the body cam recordings or the police reports, but I believe it's pretty close to this time frame.
Prior to that time frame, right?
Yeah, right in that general time frame.
Okay. So, and in that general time frame, there was a discussion of Ned Schneider, right?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, it's your position that Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell were involved in an extramarital affair at that point.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you happen to look into the fact that Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow called off their divorce and tried to reconcile their marriage in February of 2019?
I do. Yes, I do remember that. I don't remember the time frame, but that sounds probably pretty close. Yeah.
You don't remember exactly when in February, but they did attempt a reconciliation and basically tried to renew their relationship, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the idea of Ned Schneider, you didn't see anything else in Chad Daybell prior to January 28th of 2019, did you?
Did I see anything
With Ned Schneider and Chad Daybell making any look into what Ned Schneider was all about, right? Prior to this?
No, this was, I believe, was the first search, at least in this time frame,
Okay.
that Ned Schneider appeared in Chad's Google searches.
Okay. So at that point, we can't make any assumptions, obviously, right?
No.
Okay. But we do know that as far as you're concerned, on the 28th of January, 2019, somehow Chad Daybell learned about the topic of Ned Schneider and decided to do a Google search and see what that was all about, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the testimony.
Overruled. You can answer.
I don't know if he learned of it or if he was doing searches. He did searches for various individuals pretty frequently.
Right.
This is the only one that we found that had connection to other pieces of evidence in the case.
And you just led into my next question, and thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
Because when I reviewed all of this evidence, I saw that it was not uncommon when a topic came up for someone who was using that computer to do a search on a number of different topics. That would be fair, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Okay. So if he were to learn about the name Ned Schneider, it would be consistent with his or whoever was using that computer to Google it and see what it was all about. Would that be fair?
Potentially, I can't speak of when he learned that name or if he was
Okay.
searching it like he was a lot of other names. I'm not sure the order of that, no.
But his history shows that there's a lot of inquiry into various names, various topics, and that was something that was going on that computer quite frequently, hundreds of thousands of searches, right?
Certainly lots of searches, yes.
Right, right. And then we go down to Malachite, and we don't know where he got the name Malachite from, but then he started searching that as well, right?
Correct.
And then he got to Hiplos, and we don't know what the story is on Hiplos, but he typed in that name, so he must have got the name from somewhere and started as that, right?
Correct.
And then you get down to 7/19 of 2019. Now, when you say you surprise someone with accusations, we don't know who typed that in, right?
Again, somebody, I can't say specifically, but somebody with access to the chad.daybell@gmail.com account.
So it could be someone's trying to learn about how you react when a spouse finds out that you're cheating on her, right?
Yes, it could be.
Okay. And we don't know who did the south-southwest wind and what is the definition of that, right?
Again, all I can say is it was somebody with access to that account.
Right. And when you're talking about the day before the accusation is, or the prosecutors claiming that may have been the day that Kylie Ryan was put in the ground on 9/9, but you're also aware that on 9/9, Chad Daybell sent an email to his wife at the time, Tammy Daybell, and said, "I'm going to burn some limbs in the backyard," the next day, right?
I believe that that text message was sent on the 9th that he said he
Right.
wanted to burn, yes,
Yeah.
burn limbs, yes.
Right. So on the 8th, he's checking the wind. And on the 9th, he sends an email to his wife saying, "I'm going to burn some limbs in the backyard." Right?
Correct.
Okay. And then Rhode Island area code. Now, you don't know what kind of phones we're dealing with. These aren't like track phones, are they? Or do you know what kind of phones these are?
I believe they might actually be track phones.
Go ahead.
No, that's,
Oh, you believe they are all track phones, right?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I mean, so track phone is kind of a provider. So if you're asking like, is it an iPhone or an Android? I'm not,
Right.
yeah.
But the track phone, the way that works, and if you don't know, please tell me if you don't have knowledge of this, but the way the track phone works is you buy the phone for a period of 90 days. It expires and you can either buy another phone rather inexpensively, or you have to buy the adding the minutes thing. And there's no real discernible difference in the cost, right?
Correct. Yeah, you can keep the phone and change the number, correct?
Right. Or you can just get a different phone and same thing. And you buy that at, I don't want to give anybody publicity, but large retail stores that sell a lot of groceries and other things, right?
Yes.
You know what we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay. So if you're having an affair with somebody and you don't want to get discovered that you're having this affair with another woman while you're still married, it wouldn't be illogical for you to buy a number of phones. And as the phones expire, you just buy another phone to sort of protect yourself from being discovered that you're having this affair. Would that be fair?
Correct. I mean, in this
Okay.
situation, he's not buying phones. It's changed. It's the same phone. The IMEI number stayed the same on all of them. So
Right.
the device didn't change, but the phone number did. Yes. Same idea.
So that would be, it's possible that what he's trying to do is he's trying to cover up the fact that he doesn't want to be discovered by his wife that he's cheating on her, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Judge, if I can, ask the court again, the number for the summary of search activity with Lolly time with Lori Vallow, what that exhibit was again?
It's 184A.
If I have permission, Judge, may I have permission to publish?
You can publish that page, which is a printed copy of the PowerPoint presentation.
So again, we see the subject of Malachite and whoever is on Lolly time, whether it's Lori Vallow or whatever, is doing that, correct?
Correct.
Now, this is what is interesting to me on 7/21 of 2019. Okay?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, there's a narrative. I'd move to strike and counsel and ask that he ask a question.
Yeah.
I'll ask him.
It is sustained, and Mr. Pryor, please refrain from that. It's just
Okay.
questions.
All right. So 7/21 of 2019. And my notes seem to indicate that you said that was a short time after Lori Vallow and Alex Cox murdered Charles Vallow. Is that fair?
Yes, that would have been approximately 10 days after Charles's death.
Okay. And prior to Lori Vallow moving to Idaho, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you know from the facts, and you familiarized yourself with the Charles Vallow case, right?
That's correct.
And you know from the facts that at the time Charles Vallow was murdered, Lori Vallow was there, wasn't she?
At approximately the same time. I don't know the exact timing. I know she left
Right.
at a certain point, but I don't know exactly the time frame. Yes.
Well, you know,
I just have to say something. I understand. I get where he's coming from. He loves to say when Lori Vallow and Alex Cox murdered Charles, and when, those two, he loves saying that. I get it. That's what he has to do. That's his job. But the fact is, Lori hasn't actually been convicted of that crime yet. She goes on trial for that crime August 1st. So I'm really surprised that somebody's not saying, okay, allegedly, right? I mean, is it just me? How come he keeps being allowed to literally say that as if it's been proven already? Because, yeah, we all know it's true. And how convenient that every damn thing that your pussy ass fucking client does is just so conveniently, just, well, maybe he's just worried about this or that. Yeah, whatever. Right? Why is he allowed to say it so factually? I thought you would have to say allegedly. She's been charged, yes. But she hasn't been convicted yet, so I don't know. How would he like it if people said, well, whenever, Chad killed Tammy? Well, he hasn't been convicted yet, has he? Yeah, see, I'm getting very nervous about now this prosecutor today, this woman, she's at least objecting where Ron Wood did not yesterday. That was very upsetting to me. But I don't know why nobody is saying this, because he's been saying it, the last few days. Just he wants the jury to hear that over and over. So yeah, I'm very curious about that. I might write to Nate Eaton and see if he can find that out, because I'm surprised. But anyway, okay, golly, walking the grand dog. I love that. Okay, sorry guys, I just had to jump in with that. It's driving me nuts.
that after the murder, that Lori Vallow was interviewed in front of the house right after the murder.
That's correct. Yes.
You also know that she left a little bit of time because prior to the murder, Tylee Ryan was present, and so was JJ Vallow at the time, or at around the circumstances relating to the murder of Charles Vallow, correct?
Correct.
So it seems then that at least Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow would have knowledge, or at least information, as it relates to the murder of Charles Vallow. Would that seem logical?
Yes, it would.
Okay. So if someone's looking and realizing that their children witnessed the murder of their father by their own brother, that's a motive for a number of things, right?
I suppose.
Okay. It's also a motive on 7/21 of 2019 to come up with a reason to get rid of a child if that child witnessed the murder of their stepfather, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. Potentially?
I don't know if they saw that. I believe that Lori and
Okay, this is enough. That was not done by Tylee's brother. It was done by her uncle. Again, not proven. Oh my God. This is starting to irritate me really bad. And wrong, not the brother, fool. Exactly, it was Lori's brother, not Tylee's brother. Oh my God. And yeah, that would be a reason to get rid of her. There's also a reason of a monthly check. Right, legs. I'm like, hold the damn phone. Oh my God, I'm getting so annoyed that they're not doing anything about it. I know. How are they just saying this? If I say that, I could be sued, right? She has not been convicted of it. Don't you dare unplug that. Don't you dare. I know. It's just making me crazy that I don't know if you noticed, Gerri, she is at least she's at least objecting. Not near enough. Somebody better get in their ass about just letting this guy run amok. It is about the money. They wanted her. It wasn't just, they didn't kill her right after Charles was killed. It was already thought out whether they would get a Gerber life insurance plan on her or whether they would just take their monthly checks. She already had her checks, Tylee's checks, deposited into her account. You know, this is all bull crap. They better start objecting. I swear to God, I'm going to fucking lose my shit. If we have another Casey Anthony, OJ Simpson over here, I will fucking lose my damn shit. They were, exactly. But nobody has been proven yet that it's not been proven that Lori killed Charles. That comes in a couple months. So no, that needs to stop. Oh, I'm going to fucking lose my shit if they fuck this up. Oh my God. All right. I'm sorry. I'm just keep losing my mind over here.
Children left. There's, I think, if I understand right, there's a bit of discrepancy about if the kids were actually there
Right.
to witness the shooting, but I thought that they left prior to the actual shooting.
Well, you
But
did,
they listened to there was an argument, yes.
and
correct.
there's a discussion because part of the FBI and the officers down there interviewed witnesses who suggested both sides of that issue.
Yeah, because
correct?
every bit of it was
I
a
don't know if we
lie.
know. I mean, Tylee
Okay, so
obviously
who
isn't here to
fucking
ask, so
knows?
we're not sure what exactly she saw at the time.
Yeah. So we don't know what JJ saw. We don't know what Tylee saw because the evidence goes both ways in terms of what exactly did they see in regards to the murder of Charles Vallow, right?
I believe Tylee was interviewed, and I don't recall what her interview stated,
Okay.
but I don't remember about JJ.
Okay. But you also know that one of Tylee's very close friends was interviewed and provided information about what Tylee said as well, right?
I don't remember that, but
Okay.
that makes sense. Yes.
Yeah. So then that's why there's some discussion because we don't know exactly where Tylee was when Alex Cox murdered Charles Vallow, right?
Correct.
Okay. So Lori Vallow, before she comes to Idaho on 7/21 of 2019, searches a life insurance policy for her children. Okay. Now there's no equal discussion I didn't see it and I went looked at the stuff. I didn't see anything where Chad Daybell talked about life insurance for the children. He didn't, did he?
No, sir.
And there's no email or search on let's kill 2 kids, right? By Chad Daybell?
No.
Okay. And would you agree with me that part of the rationale of bringing up Hiplos and James and Elena is because of the religious connotation, right?
Not necessarily the religious connotation. It just provides some context in other evidence because of the aliases. And it gets complicated with the names that they call each other.
Right.
So to see that they're being searched by these individuals and to provide context for later of
Oh.
where these names are coming from.
Okay. Now, so we have some references to religion, calling each other religious names. And you're aware that both of these folks have strong religious beliefs.
Yes, sir.
And you're aware Melanie Gibb has strong religious beliefs.
Yes, sir.
David Warwick has strong religious beliefs.
Yes, sir.
Zaluma Pastenes, Alex's wife, strong religious beliefs.
Yes.
In fact, the circle of all these people, there's repeated references to religion, right?
Absolutely.
Strong references to religion.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess what I'm kind of wondering, is it a bigger motive to kill two kids by their mother and brother to cover up the murder of a fourth husband? Or is it because they killed the kids because Chad, Lori, Melanie Gibb, and David Warwick and Zaluma Pastenes have strong religious beliefs? Which one is a greater motive to murder children?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Sustained.
9:30 of 2019. How to get the back seat out of a Jeep. And that's Lori Vallow, right?
Yes, sir.
There's nothing about Chad Daybell trying to figure out how to get the back seat out of a Jeep, right?
No, sir.
And I guess if a girlfriend asks you to help me get a tire because somebody wants to use the Jeep, that would explain why Chad was helping his girlfriend load and unload a tire, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Gilbert, Arizona News on the day that Brandon Boudreaux, and you've previously testified that Brandon Boudreaux, Chad Daybell is not criminally implicated in anything with Brandon Boudreaux, correct?
He's not being charged, correct, sir?
He's what?
He's not being charged.
Right,
in
not
Arizona,
being
correct,
charged, not
yes.
being pursued for anything for any reason. But
Objection, Your Honor. That misstates the testimony.
Sustained. And again, counsel, try to let the witness finish her response before you get into another question, please.
Your Honor, and I would move to strike counsel's last statement.
I'll strike that. I'll instruct the jurors not to consider that last statement.
okay, so your comment is Chad Daybell has not been charged. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Did you see a likewise Google search on Chad Daybell's Google account that talked about Gilbert, Arizona on that day?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And then you're aware that that on 10/22 of 2019, are you aware that Lori Vallow was in Hawaii by herself with a friend?
Yes.
And you were aware that her friend was Audrey?
Yes, Audrey and maybe Melanie Boudreaux. I know there was some shuffling there, but I don't remember the exact time frame. But
Right.
yes.
But they were, about 10/22 of 2019, Lori Vallow and a couple of friends went to Hawaii, and I believe they were in Kauai, I remember. Is that fair?
I don't remember what island, but yes, that sounds fair.
But the purpose of them being there was to start the process of getting a wedding dress for Audrey Boudreaux, right?
I do not know that. No, sir.
Okay. But the three of them were there, right?
Yes.
Okay. You just don't know why they were there and what they were doing there on that day, right?
Yeah, it seemed like kind of a spontaneous.
So if Audrey
Right.
Boudreaux was looking for a wedding dress on 10/22 of 2009,
Your Honor, objection. Counsel's stating facts not in evidence.
Yeah, there's no Audrey Boudreaux, Mr. Pryor.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Audrey Boudreaux.
Baratori, Judge. I'm sorry. I said Boudreaux. It's Baratori. I got the name wrong.
Fair.
No. Is that the correct name?
Audrey Baratiero or
Baratiero.
Melanie Boudreaux. Yeah.
I got them backwards.
They both were in Hawaii, but yeah, I'm not sure which one you were.
With her.
Correct. I think some of them overlapped, but at different times. I don't know on 10/22 exactly off the top of my head now.
Right. And you don't know, and you don't have facts one way or the other as to whether or not on that particular day they were looking for wedding dresses, right?
I don't, other than that search, no.
Okay. Judge, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Blake, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll start with the last question. You were asked about Audrey Baratario and searching for wedding dresses. Are you aware if Audrey's married?
At the time, I don't believe she was, no.
Anything in your investigation or records you reviewed that showed she was engaged?
I believe she'd mentioned, or I don't think she was actually married, no. I'm trying to remember now. I don't think she was.
And you were asked about the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. And I think you indicated Chad has not been charged in that. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And in relation to Charles Vallow, Chad has not been charged. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Are you still part of any active investigation in those cases?
Am I on to testify in those cases?
Are you assisting in any further investigation if there is any going on?
No,
And those are being handled by agencies in Arizona. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
So all you can say right now is that Chad hasn't been charged.
Yeah, I haven't really followed that portion of it, no, other than what was included in this investigation, yes.
You were asked about those Ned Snyder searches. Are you aware through your investigation who designated Charles as Ned?
I guess Lori calls Charles Ned is the first time where you sort of hear that on the body cam footage. Charles is relaying that Lori refers to him as Ned. I don't know where that name comes from, no. I don't know if she brought it up or if Chad gave her that name. I don't know how that worked.
And the searches from Chad were being done around the same time Charles is reporting that Lori's calling him Ned Schneider.
It's around the same time, yes.
You were asked about the potential for someone else to use Chad's email to do some searches.
Potentially, yes.
Did you find any searches in related to that email, to Chad's email regarding divorce or separation?
Not that I recall.
You were also asked about people changing phone numbers to hide an affair.
Yes,
Are there, in your experience, do people involved in criminal activity also switch phone numbers?
yes.
And then there was some talk about Melanie. Actually, let me back up. There was some extensive discussion regarding the killing of Charles Vallow and where JJ and Kylie were. Do you know where they were at the time Charles was actually shot?
I don't believe they were there. I believe the report said that Lori took the children to, I think they went to Burger King or something. But I don't know if that was corroborated or not.
And we'd talked about the phone attribution earlier, and with one of Chad's numbers, you'd made reference to attributing that number to him in part because of a mortuary call. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that call to the mortuary, do you recall what day that took place?
I believe it's July 11th, 2019,
And when was Charles killed?
the same day.
And do you know where the mortuary was located that he placed that call to?
In Arizona, but I don't remember which city.
And Charles was killed in Arizona?
That's correct.
Then you were asked quite a bit about Melanie Gibb and David Warwick. Their names came up at least. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did Melanie, through your investigation, did you determine whether, or was there anything to indicate Melanie Gibb or David Warwick profited from JJ's death?
Judge, objection goes beyond scope.
Overruled.
I did not learn of anything why they would benefit from JJ's death, no.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right. I don't believe that opened any doors for additional recross. Did you have anything, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, I would have a couple subjects, but if the court's determination is that there's nothing open for recross, I'll defer to the court's wisdom.
All right, that'll conclude then the testimony of this witness. Practical Agent Heidemann, you are done testifying. Is this witness going to be recalled, do you believe?
She is going to be recalled by the state. I'm not sure if she's being recalled by the defense.
Not by the defense, Judge.
Okay, since you are going to be recalled, I'll just remind you there is an exclusionary order in place. You're not permitted to discuss your testimony or review the testimony of other witnesses in the case in between now and the time that you're recalled. If you don't comply with that order, you may be prohibited from further testimony. So please comply with that.
Sure.
All right. You can go ahead and step down then, and I'll inquire of the state momentarily as to who they will be calling as their next witness. All right, who will the state call next?
And thank you, Your Honor. I'm just looking at the time. I think it's about 15 minutes to 10. The next witness, I believe, will be on the stand for quite some time. I'm not sure if the court would like to take a break now or how soon you wanted to take the mid-morning break.
My preference is to probably get started with this witness if they're a longer witness anyway, and then go for maybe another 30 minutes.
So trying to take a break at about 10:15.
I think so.
I will try to keep an eye on the clock for that. The next witness is Detective Duncan.
Okay. Go ahead and call your witness then.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
I love it. Right through the goalpost, right there, baby.
All right, the court will note that the witness, Detective Duncan, has been placed under oath. I am going to inquire as to whether or not you have viewed any of these trial
Damn
proceedings
dogs
because
love
it is
to
being live
interrupt.
streamed. Have you listened in on any of the
Anyway, that was
testimony that's
pretty
been provided in
damn
trial
awesome,
since the
was it
case
not?
started?
I have not.
Oh
All
boy,
right,
I
thank you
like
for
it. I
that
like it a lot.
affirmation. With that, Ms. Blake, you can go ahead and inquire on direct if you'd like.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Nathan Duncan. It's Nathan. Last is Duncan, Duncan.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Chandler Police Department in Chandler, Arizona.
What is your current title and or position?
I'm currently assigned to the robbery homicide unit as a detective.
How long have you been with that unit?
Robbery homicide unit, I've been there for 10 years.
Have you held other positions within the Chandler Police Department?
I have. I was hired with Chandler Police Department in year 2000, June of 2000, went to the academy, graduated in September. After graduating from the academy, I was a patrol officer for roughly 3 years. And after that, I went to the property crimes unit as a detective for approximately 11 years.
Do you have any specialized training in order to be a law enforcement officer?
So our training, like I stated, in June of 2000, we attend the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy as a program. I believe it was 16 weeks. And then afterwards, we attend a field training program with our own department. After that, every year, for the last almost 24 years, we go through advanced officer training, and we also do additional training in our specific area of expertise, if you would.
And were you working with the Chandler Police Department on July 11th of 2019?
I was.
Do you recall if you were on shift?
I was, yes.
And do you recall responding out to a report of a shooting?
Yes.
Do you recall where that was?
The report of the shooting on July 11, 2019 happened at about 8:36 a.m. at the address of 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler.
And you said the call came in about 8:36 a.m.?
Correct.
Were you one of the first responding law enforcement?
I was not.
Do you recall approximately when you responded out?
I would have arrived probably 20, 30 minutes after that original call.
When a call comes in of a shooting, who goes out first? Is it a patrol officer, a detective? Can you talk a little bit about that process?
So the immediate response to a call for service, in this case, a 911 call, a patrol officer will respond, or multiple patrol officers will respond for that call of service. They will get there, triage the situation, assist in any way they can, and then determine what they have. If additional resources are needed or investigative resources are needed from detectives, then detectives will be called in.
And in this case, did you learn who made that 911 call?
I did.
And who was that?
Alex Cox.
Did you learn what was reported?
Yes, Alex had contacted 911 and reported that he had shot his brother-in-law, Charles Vallow, in self-defense.
Prior to that, had you ever heard the name Charles Vallow?
I had not.
Had you ever heard the name Alex Cox?
I had not.
When you arrived on scene, were you given specific assignments?
Yes, in homicide investigations, we were given assignments. The case agent in this case was Detective Nathan Moffett, and he will assign tasks, if you would. In this particular case, I was assigned along with Detective Coons to document the crime scene.
And I think you've said, and that's common in a homicide investigation.
Yes, there are many multiple parts that go into a homicide investigation, interviews, scene processing. So we have a team of 6 at that particular unit, so we will divide up tasks.
At some point, did your role within the investigation change?
It did.
And can you talk a little bit about that?
So with the promotion of Detective Moffett in June of 2020, I was assigned to be the case agent in the death of Charles Vallow in June of 2020. However, I had done work prior to this date on this case.
And backing up to that July 11th, you're one of the scene detectives.
Yes.
Can you walk us through what you observed when you got there?
So as our job as a scene detective, we are there to document the scene, and we are assisted by crime scene technicians in this effort. So our first move that we'll make is we'll have the patrol officers who are present, who can provide some of the information to us as to what took place, give us a briefing. From that point, one of our crime scene technicians will enter and take overall photographs. And during this time, we will make observations of our own. The crime scene in this case was very simple relative to other crime scenes. The residence on Four Peaks Place, single family residence, you enter the residence through a front door on the west of the residence. As you enter, you come into a small foyer, and then it opens up into a large living room. This one was unique in which there was a wood plank floor. There was no furniture in this living room. There was mirrors along the north side, an open window along the east side, mirrors on the wall on the south side, and mirrors on the wall on the west side. So as indicated, it was very sparse. There was no furniture at all. Inside, when making my observations, I noticed the body of a Caucasian male, later identified to be Charles Vallow, laying on the west side of this room. North of where he was laying, there was an aluminum baseball bat. And then a little bit north of this was a baseball cap that we had found out was worn by Charles earlier. To the west of Charles' body, there were 2 .45 caliber casings that were recovered. Also noted during this time was a bullet strike and a lodged bullet, or what we refer to as a projectile, that had lodged into the baseboard along the east side of that particular room.
And as you walk in, that's your initial scene observation.
Yes.
As part of the scene detective or just as part of the investigation, did you make observations regarding the body of Charles Vallow?
I did.
And I guess to back up a little bit, are you aware as to Charles' condition when first responding officers arrived?
When first responding officers arrived, he was pronounced dead by the Chandler Fire Department.
So upon your arrival, he'd already been pronounced dead.
That is correct.
Do you know if prior to your arrival, there were any life-saving measures taken?
There were reports in the that Alex Cox had done CPR, and there was also indications, evidence left behind that the fire department had placed EKG or AED pads on Charles to determine whether life-saving efforts were needed.
And you said it was reported that Alex had done CPR. Did you observe any signs that would support CPR having been performed?
So in looking at Charles' body and the position that it was found, his head was to the north and his feet were to the south and his arms were to his side. I did see one wound consistent with a bullet wound in the front lower left quadrant of his torso. And that's the only wound that I noticed at the time. His shirt was cut open. He had a black t-shirt on. It was cut open by fire department. And as indicated, AED pads and EKG leads were put on for medical intervention. I did notice a lot of blood that was present on the floor or surrounding his body. Did not notice a lot of blood, which in my opinion, having given CPR and having been shot multiple times, I believe there should have been more blood.
And in relation to the CPR, had it been performed, you would have expected to see more blood?
I would have expected that, yes.
So based on your experience, you didn't see signs of CPR having been performed?
Correct.
And additional observations of Charles' body, were you able to see how many wounds he had initially?
So as indicated initially, it was just the one that I noticed with the front of his body, the lower left quadrant of his torso.
And at some point, did you notice any additional injuries to Charles' body?
I did.
And can you tell us what those were?
So in this case, in all homicide or death investigation cases, when the medical examiner is coming out to assist in these cases, the body is considered evidence, and we do not touch the body until the medical examiner arrives. They have jurisdiction over the body. So my initial observations were that one wound consistent with a bullet wound to the front lower left quadrant. After the medical examiner arrives, they take their own series of photographs, and we provide them with information that we know at the time. At that point, the medical examiner will then begin to examine or manipulate the body as they choose. During this time, the AED pad that was placed in the center of Charles's chest was removed, and an additional wound consistent with a bullet wound was noticed in the center of his chest. Additionally, when Charles' body was rolled, there were 2 additional wounds on his back consistent with bullet holes.
And when you talk about the 2 injuries to the front and the 2 to the back, did they appear to be, one being an entry wound, one being an exit wound, did they appear to be linked?
We try not to make that determination at the time. A lot of that goes in as far as entry, exits, and we also do the totality of the circumstances. In this case, Alex had mentioned that he had shot twice, so we would assume that they would be entrance wounds and exit wounds.
And so you talked about, Alex said he'd shot Charles twice, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of what else Alex had claimed in relation to the shooting?
As indicated, he claimed that he had shot him in self-defense. He had indicated that he had the baseball bat, and Charles had struck Alex in the back of the head with the baseball bat and refused to drop the bat, and that's when he shot him.
And based on your observations, were you able to form any opinion in your training and experience as to where they would have been where Charles would have been in relation to the shooting?
Yes. So Alex had informed us that he was standing in the southwest corner of this particular living room, as described, and he was facing in a northeast direction, and he and Charles were face to face with each other. He indicated that he shot him twice, standing up, and he shot him twice in the chest from a standing position.
And are you aware if you talked about the medical examiner's office showing up to take Charles' body?
Yes.
Do you know if an autopsy was ultimately conducted?
It was.
And are you aware if there was any determination made as to whether or not Charles would have been standing when both shots were fired?
So the two wounds, according to the medical examiner, the wound described in the center of the chest was front to back, exited his back, and it was slightly at a downward angle. The second wound that I'd mentioned, the lower left quadrant, that bullet traveled upward at a very steep angle, exiting the back of Charles's shoulder. When examining and observing the original scene, we had brought Alex back to do what's called a walkthrough to have him explain exactly where he was when all this took place. He indicated, like I stated, that he was standing. He fired 2 shots standing, and while Charles was in front of him. Prior to Alex coming, we made the decision to cleaning up the blood that was left. And when we did clean up that blood, noticed a indention in the plate wood flooring that was near Charles's left shoulder, and that would be consistent with the exit wound on that back left. Also near Charles's left shoulder was a bullet or a projectile that was present when first responders arrived. So based on the autopsy reports and the scene evidence, the first shot fired on Charles would have been the center of his chest, exiting the back and then lodging in the baseboard. The second shot fired at Charles would have been while he was laying down on the ground.
And you talked about this room either not having furniture, being very sparsely furnished. Based on your investigation, were you able to determine whether or not a struggle had occurred?
Obviously, one thing we look at, we're trying to determine and prove or disprove the self-defense claim. And with the room being sparsely furnished, we were unable to see if anything was knocked over, broken, anything like that. Charles did have some wounds or some abrasions to his knees. He was wearing shorts at the time. So he had some abrasions to his knees and also some scrapes on his hands or arms, some minor scrapes there. So those two things would indicate that a struggle took place, but other than that, there was nothing that would indicate that.
And you talked about, we've talked a little bit about the blood in relation to at least the CPR. Was there any additional blood located in the residence?
There was.
And can you talk a little bit about that?
So Alex had indicated that he had washed his hands in the sink at the residence. The only other location that blood was present, besides underneath Charles's body, was on the faucet in the kitchen sink.
And was this, based on the report of the shooting, was this investigated as a homicide?
Yes, it was.
And we talked a little bit about, you ended up taking over the case or being assigned the case agent or the lead on this in June of 2020.
Correct.
You initially responded out on this July 11th date of 2019. Did you continue to work on the case after July 11th, 2019?
Unfortunately, right after this homicide, I had another homicide, so I did not work on it for a period of time. I then picked up this case and assisted Detective Moffett roughly January of 2020 with looking at phone extractions and iCloud information.
And when you picked up again in January, you talked about you started looking at phone extractions.
Correct.
As part of that, did you end up seeking some search warrants?
I did.
And was one of the devices that you reviewed the content of Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes, it was.
And Do you recall how you came to be in possession of Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes, through our investigation,
Okay, I was really confused how they were going to spin the fact that they did not treat this as a homicide in the beginning. No, they did not. Oh, he just had another homicide come up, and then so he put that on the back burner and came back to it. Bullshit. This pisses me off. Oh, Gabi, you're funny. Hey, Cindy. Yeah, that's that's going to be the spin, huh? Wow, congratulations. Wondered how they were going to manage that. If they only have one, homicide detective here, then I guess I better fucking be looking for somewhere else to live. Seriously. Bologna and cheese. That's what I got to say. Somebody's lying.
we had determined that Charles's phone was pretty much the catalyst of an argument that occurred between Lori and Charles on this day. After the shooting, or shortly after the shooting, Lori had left the house, taking Charles's phone with her. She would later return that phone to detectives, and that phone was now in our possession, and an extraction was done on that actual device.
And did you in fact review the extraction?
I did.
And in reviewing the extraction, was there a significant amount of information contained on that device?
Yes, there is.
And as you went through it, did you look at things that seemed to have significance to you in relation to the investigation?
Yes,
And in preparation of your testimony today, did you prepare an exhibit related to that content?
I did.
Do you believe that it would aid in your testimony today?
Absolutely.
Do you believe it would aid the jurors in understanding the evidence and information?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be shown what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49. I do have a copy for counsel and a courtesy copy for the court as well. Again, as with some of the last exhibits from the state, these are printouts of a PowerPoint. The PowerPoint itself is on a jump drive.
I know. Let's just wait. See if they kill somebody else. Okay. Liar, liar, pants on fire. The fuck's he doing now?
Counsel, these are 3 different exhibits, right? 4. Looks like they're all the same.
I don't know why they're talking so much
I
about
believe
Charles.
I believe there are
Especially when
some
it's a
other exhibits that
shameful
should all be one
embarrassment.
exhibit. Or,
And is it your position I get one of these?
yes.
And
there would be a
nothing's been
copy for you.
proven there either.
Thank you. Thank you, officer.
Son of a bitch.
And Detective, I would ask you to just look through those if you could.
Okay.
Don't they always say you can't talk about prior bad acts, or that's always a subject and anyway to debate. What about acts that have not been proven yet in a court of law? This is really bothering me a lot. If that MFer
Okay.
gets by with
Do
this
those
shit,
appear to be an accurate depiction of the
Mm.
PowerPoint that you prepared?
They do.
And again, they are taken from an extraction from Charles Vallow's cell phone. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did that include looking at an iCloud account?
It does include an iCloud account. Yes.
And does it include messages or other content from that phone as well?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 49.
No objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 49 will be admitted, and again, this will be actually the
no, Pryor
PowerPoint
loves this.
on a
Pryor
digital
absolutely loves it.
format, and the court has reviewed a printed copy of that. Ms. Blake, with that being introduced, if you'd like, I think this would be a good time to stop for the morning recess before we start with the publishing of this, if that's where you're headed.
That is where I'm headed next, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our mid-morning recess then, 30-minute recess, and we will be back on the record after that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise, please.
Yeah, this is completely stupidity if you ask me. But of course, what I think what it's going to come down to though, Gerri, is the fact that it's everything else combined, the jury's going to have a really hard time that he didn't have we know he wasn't in Arizona at the time, but he had knowledge of this. He's the fucking douche that called the mortuary about this. What did he call himself, Legs? What did he call himself? Something like almost exactly his name. Remember that? And if we have to keep hearing about this stupid iCloud of this lolly, whatever the fuck she calls herself, I swear it's going to make me crazy. Did you hear about the cop talking about just mirrors on the wall, you know, for her to dance? My God. Shit. The fuck? I cannot with these people. Oh, God. Oh, thank you, Gobby. Oh, you're very sweet. You are very, very sweet. And this is cracking me up. I tell you, it is making me laugh. Thinking about her with just mirror, and he said just mirrors. I'm like, she was sending those emails of her dancing. Who does that? Freaking weirdos, man. Okay, I'm going to fire it back up and zip my lip. I'll be back in a bit.
And Detective Duncan, we've already talked about, but just to remind the jurors, the information contained in this PowerPoint was from Charles Vallow's phone. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And on this slide, can you please read this into the record?
Yes, I can. Hello, Chad. I hope you are doing well. This is Charles Vallow from Arizona. We really enjoyed having you stay with us back in November when you came to the Preparing a People conference. I appreciated you taking the time to talk to me about the book I've been working on. Well, more than 6 months later, I still haven't made much progress on it, but I feel an urgency to get it done.
Oh, I cannot. This is bologna and fucking cheese. That was. Can you believe this shit? This is. Oh my God. Oh, Lord. Charles was begging for that fucking loser ass dipshit to come fucking write a book. Wow.
As the managing partner of Right Planning Group, I'm going to have the opportunity to speak at various conventions beginning in the fall. But everyone says I need to have a book available that summarized my life and shares the principles I follow. So I will cut to the chase. I'm willing to pay you well to help me get this book into shape as my ghostwriter. I really liked your autobiography and the tone you took in sharing experiences without preaching. Is there any way you could come here for a couple of days and help me get the book underway? I feel talking in person would be much more valuable than a phone call or video chat, mainly because I would like you to read through some of my journals and explain to me how the publishing industry works. It would help me know whether I truly have a book in me and whether you want to team up on it. I played minor league baseball and have plenty of stories that my audience could relate to, along with the knowledge I've gained running my own company. So I do feel the book would contain valuable information even beyond the convention circuit. I'm out of town until Sunday, but I would gladly fly you down here next week before the holiday and cover your expenses. You could stay in our guest room like before, or in a hotel if you prefer. I hate to take you away from your family, but I know this book is vital to my speaking success. I understand if you don't want to take part in the project, but I would definitely make it worth your time. With admiration, Charles.
And through your investigation, what did you learn in relation to this email or this message, if anything?
So this particular message was a document that, in looking at Charles' additional phone records, he had indicated to Lori, as well as to Lori's brother, Adam Cox, that he had found this on Lori's computer. This would have been the first letter to which he mentioned Chad or suspected Lori of having an affair with Chad.
And at some point, were you able to learn if this particular email was associated with a specific email address?
It was not.
And did you learn whether or not this was actually written by Charles?
All indications in Charles's phone and content that when he's sending this to Adam and to Lori is this was fictitious and this was not created by him.
And just to back up a little bit, as you're going through these extractions, were you aware of any other ongoing investigations that were related to what you were looking into?
Yes, in January of 2020, when going through these extractions, I was aware of multiple investigations. I was aware of the disappearance of JJ and Tylee. I was also aware of the attempted or the shooting on Tammy Daybell, as well as Tammy Daybell's death. In addition to that, there is another case in Gilbert, Arizona with the attempted shooting at Brandy Boudreaux.
And as you were looking through this phone extraction as well as others, were you also paying attention or looking for anything in relation to those other investigations that you thought could be helpful?
Yes, while going through these records, this particular record and subsequent records, I was mainly focusing on the Charles Vallow investigation, but anything that I saw that could have been pertinent to the locating JJ and Tylee and the other investigations, I would pass that along to other investigators in Idaho.
And as we talk through this, just to make clear to the jury, do you know did Lori have a brother named Adam Cox?
Yes, she did.
Did he also have a brother named Alex Cox, or did she also have a brother named Alex Cox?
Yes, she did.
Was Adam Cox at any point a suspect in relation to this investigation?
He was not.
Was he someone that you learned had communications with Charles?
Yes.
Was Alex Cox a suspect?
Yes, he was.
Thank you. And if we look at the next slide, can you read these messages into the record?
Yeah, so these are messages that were found on Charles Vallow's phone extractions. The first message is from Charles to Lori, dated June 29th, 2019 at 5:51 a.m. Is he with whom you're having an affair? He did not stay with us in Arizona in November. Who are you lying to now? Trying to destroy another family? You're evil. Period. I may take JJ back to Houston unless you have a great explanation for all of this. I will not let him be a party to your apostasy. The next message from Charles to Lori, June 29, 2019 at 6:04 a.m. Just so you know, I have Tammy, Chad's wife, email address. I will send a copy of my email you sent to KK Walker. Tammy will know what you're up to. You better explain. Charles then writes, June 29, 2019 at 6:10 a.m. I now have Tammy Daybell's cell number. I'll text her a copy of the letter and an explanation of what you're up to. You have till noon your time to explain, or I'm sending via text and email to her. And finally, Charles to Lori on June 29th at 6:55 a.m. I'm sure you're up by now. You have until 10 a.m. your time to respond, or I send the emails and texts to Tammy.
And at the time these emails are being exchanged, Charles is still alive, obviously,
Yes, he is.
and Tammy Daybell's still alive.
Yes,
And you had recovered that previous email that we talked about.
correct.
And that email appears to have been written by someone holding themselves out to be Charles to Chad Daybell.
Correct.
Through your investigation, did you learn whether or not Charles actually made contact or attempted to make contact with Tammy?
I did, yes.
And what did you learn in relation to that?
So again, looking at Charles' phone, there is indication that Charles had addressed emails to Tammy Daybell and sent those emails to her.
Do you know, or did you learn whether or not Tammy ever looked at those or received them?
No indication that she looked at them or received them.
And looking to the next slide,
Once again, Charles to Lori, June 29th, 12:23 p.m. Just so you know, and Chad know, I am going to talk to Tammy in person if I have to. I've already emailed and texted her, your game is up. Charles sends another message to Lori the same day at 5:04 p.m. Please stop spending money on the credit cards. I appreciate it.
So this is why we're talking about Charles. Yeah, because
and this
Oh,
is a
Humpty Dumpty there
continuation, it
wants to act
appears,
like
from
he
the conversation we were
wasn't
just looking
involved
at in the previous
in-
slide.
Yes, it is.
And we talked about any indication
he was just there for the
that that
prior
Charles
deed.
did in fact email Tammy. Did you uncover anything in your investigation regarding whether or not he ever attempted to visit her in person?
I did not.
And so we don't know, no evidence that he did.
Correct.
And looking at this date of June 29th, this is just a few weeks before Charles is shot and killed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And turning to the next slide, when we talk about the email, is this the one you were referencing?
Yes, it is.
And could you read this into the record?
So the first email from Charles Vallow to Tammy Daybell, and it was sent to tdaybell@sugarsalem.com on June 29th, 2019 at 9:06 is the stamp that was on the email. Tammy, my name is Charles Vallow. I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband and my wife, Lori. This is your work email, so I'll wait to send you the evidence that is very disturbing. You may call or email me from the address where you can receive the information. I apologize to be the one sending this, but something has to be done. I feel it's best if I shed some light on this issue. Regards, Charles Vallow, 714-853-5005.
And it looks like There's another one, or this may be the subject line. Could you read that next one?
Correct. The email from Charles to Tammy Daybell, coming from Charles Wright Planning Group email to another email for Tammy is tammy.daybell@gmail.com, June 30th. So the following day, 2019 at 10:16 a.m. The subject line on this email was "Your husband and my wife," and then the body are having an affair. Her name is Lori Vallow. I've got definite proof or definitive proof. If you care to see it, contact me and I'll share it with you. It's devastating, I know, but the truth needs to be shown. Charles Vallow.
And again, to be clear, through your investigation, you were never able to determine, or you did not learn whether or not Tammy actually saw these emails.
Correct.
And then can you talk about what we're seeing on this slide here?
This is another email from Charles Vallow, a Gmail account to chad.daybell@gmail.com, sent 6/29/2019 at 9:32 a.m. The email reads, "Chad, I'm Lori's husband, but I gathered you already knew this. She sent an email yesterday, supposedly written by me, to KK Walker, inviting you to Arizona next week and to ghostwrite a book I'm supposedly working on. It's preposterous. I happened to run across it as she left her computer at our Houston home. I am not paying anybody for anything, and I am not writing a book. Either you or Lori need to tell me what's going on, or this will be exposed for all to see. Regards, Charles Vallow, 714-853-5005. And does your wife know you have several of Lori's dance videos? Explain how that is in any way appropriate. She sent them to you at your request in January, Charles."
And relating back to that first email, when we talk about the belief it wasn't drafted by Charles, did this play into why you believed that it was not drafted by him?
Yes, it did.
Is there anything else about this that drew your attention?
So this, obviously Charles mentions a KK Walker, an email sent to KK Walker. So through this information, we were able to locate the KK Walker account of KK Walker 75 at yahoo.com.
And ultimately, were you able to link that KK Walker email to any particular person?
Yes,
And who was that?
Lori Vallow.
And if we look at this next slide, if you can tell us a little bit about what we're seeing and read that.
So also again on the actual Charles Vallow's device, and the extraction from that device is a message from Charles to Lori on June 30th, 2019 at 8:42. "Lori, I know you don't care much. I know you don't much care how I feel, but just imagine this. How could my actions or breaking your heart result in what you've done? You accuse me of infidelity, but it's you who have been having an affair. It just keeps killing me. Maybe that's your goal. How can you live with yourself destroying our life, Mel and Brandon's, probably Mel and Brendan too. Now add Chad Daybell family and you've got a home run. The fact that you continue to go to the temple after all you've done shocks even me. There really is something wrong with you. I really don't want to do what I have to do, but you have to be exposed for what you really are. You won't even deny it or talk to me as to your reasons. That's what's amazing to me. You could allay some of what's about to happen, but I don't think you will. Lying has become second nature to you. You have been impressive in blaming me for all that's happened. You have destroyed me. I've never been lower in my life. It's you that has done it. Please tell me why, please. I will slow or minimize what's about to happen. It's you who has caused it. We have a son to raise, but that's all we have in common. I will work with you in his best interest and will be there Monday evening. You owe me an apology for all the false accusations you've made. You know I've been entirely faithful to you since the first day we met. I deserve an apology from you. Please respect that much.
So this message is sent around the same time the messages are being sent to Chad confronting him about the affair, correct?
Correct.
And this is also sent around the same time Charles reaches out to Tammy.
Correct.
Through your investigation, did you learn whether or not there were any divorce proceedings that had been going on between Charles and Lori?
I was not aware of any.
Do you know through your investigation, did you learn if at times they had separated?
There was indication that they were separating, living in different locations, yes.
And on this next slide, can you talk a little bit about what we're seeing here and then read these into the record?
Yes, once again, additional messages found on Charles Vallow's device. Charles to Lori, July 1st, 2019, 10:31. I'm going to Idaho first to meet with Tammy Daybell. Lori to Charles, July 1st, 2019, 10:32 a.m. She won't see you. She is my friend. She won't listen to you. Go ahead. You're ridiculous. Are you coming to JJ for the 4th or not? Charles to Lori, July 1st, 2019 at 10:37 a.m. Then you tell me why you used my name and a fictitious email to send a BS email about a book I am having him ghostwrite for me. It's fraud and a lie. There's no other reason for it other than to get him to Arizona or AZ, get him in AZ and have an excuse for his wife. Charles to Lori, July 1st, 2019, 10:38 a.m. You did this. I had nothing to do with it, and you know it. Also, he did not stay with us in November. I will find out.
Did you learn what that reference of he did not stay with us in November was in regards to?
That was in regards to the letter found on the Chad's device, and then also another, what is a KK Walker email where Chad was being requested to come to Houston. I believe those were the two.
And one of the emails referenced him being in Arizona the previous November,
Correct.
and that would have been November of 2018.
Correct.
And there's also a response there from Lori saying she's friends with Tammy.
Yes.
Did you also review data in relation to devices or accounts linked to Lori Vallow?
I did.
In your review of those, did you find any communications between Lori and Tammy?
I did not.
Any indication that they were friends in those devices, at least?
No,
Did you find communications between Lori and Chad?
I did.
And on this next slide, can you talk a little bit about what we're seeing here and then read it into the record?
So once again, in Charles Vallow's actual phone extraction, the day of his murder, and these text messages take place between 7:35 a.m. and 7:37 a.m. between Charles and Adam Cox, who is Lori's brother. Charles sent Adam a text, "Al is here." Adam responded, "At Lori's?" Adam responds, "Really? I wonder why he never called me back." Adam responds, "They are planning something." Charles responded, "Absolutely." Adam responded, "I was supposed to spend the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that." Charles responds, "What you do is up to you."
And up until this slide, or actually, excuse me, just the slide before this, we're talking the beginning of July when he and Lori are exchanging those messages. Is that correct?
So from June 29th was when that letter was discovered and the communication starts. So up until then, yeah, or from that day on, yes.
And you indicated this is the day that Charles is killed when these messages are exchanged.
Yes, it was.
And again, Adam Cox is one of Lori's brothers,
Yes,
and he was not a suspect, correct?
correct.
And when we look at the time that these are exchanged, it's early in the morning.
Yes.
Were there any additional communications on Charles' phone after this?
There were not.
Charles was shot and killed shortly after these messages were exchanged.
Correct.
And we've talked a little bit about that you reviewed. And actually, I apologize. I'll get this submitted to the court first. And we've already discussed a little bit that as part of your investigation, you also reviewed some accounts associated with Lori Vallow.
Yes.
Did those include some iCloud accounts?
2 of them were yes.
And do you recall what those iCloud accounts were?
So the first iCloud account that Lori used was Lori 4 style, the number 4. So Lori, the number 4 style at iCloud.com. And from that extraction or from that information, we were able to determine a second iCloud that was created, which is lollytime at iCloud.com.
And in reviewing and specifically looking to that Lori for style, was there a significant amount of information located on that device?
Yes, there
Or,
was.
excuse me, on that account or linked to it?
Yes, there is.
And from that information, and then also same question with the lolly time, was there a significant amount of information?
Yes.
And in preparation for your testimony today, did you prepare an exhibit?
I did.
And does that exhibit pull some of the information that caught your attention?
Yes, it does.
And given the amount of information within those accounts, do you believe that it would aid you in your testimony today?
It sure would.
Do you believe it would aid the jury in understanding the evidence as well?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be shown State's Exhibit 48. I believe defense has a copy as well. And similarly, these are printouts of a PowerPoint, so we have an actual jump drive, but as a courtesy, we printed these out.
I already have it. No objection, Judge.
Okay, I'll just quickly review them.
And Detective Duncan, if you could look through those as well.
All right, I'll note there is no objection to the offered Exhibit 48. The court will admit the exhibit, noting again, the actual exhibit's a PowerPoint XLS digital file, and what the court's reviewed is a print-off version of that.
Okay.
And does that appear to be an accurate representation of the PowerPoint?
It does.
Thank you. Your Honor, now that it's been admitted, the state would ask to publish.
You may publish it.
And you talked about the first iCloud account. What are we seeing on this particular slide?
So on this particular slide, I'm showing you the Lori 4 style at iCloud.com account name, username. Under this account, these 4 numbers are registered under that account.
And as you went through the account, is that where you located these numbers?
Yes,
And so these are numbers that ended up being associated with Lori Vallow, is that correct?
that is correct.
And looking at the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here and then read the messages into the record?
Yeah, so on the iCloud account, Lori for Style, the following messages were seen between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. On 3/9/2019 at 11:27 hours, Lori sent Alex a text that says, apparently it is tied to Ned being gone. There's an emoji in there, but the emoji is not included. Hopefully today or tomorrow. On 3/10/2019 at 8:41 in the morning, Alex sent Lori a message. Love you too. Have fun and get rid of Ned already. 3/26/2019 at 17:36 hours, Alex sent Lori a message. Ned is still alive, just confirmed. 3/26/2019 at 18:17 or 6:17 p.m., Lori sends Alex a message. It's not Ned, and it's a new one.
What about those messages caught your attention?
So in the weeks and months following the death of Charles Vallow, we received information that Charles was possibly killed by Alex because he was a dark spirit or a zombie. The name Ned is a name that even Charles would tell people that Lori was referring to him as. So the name Ned is the dark spirit's name that was given to Charles Vallow.
And in that last message, we see reference to it's not Ned, it's a new one. Did you learn anything in relation to what that message may have been referencing?
To me, and
Judge, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation.
I'll sustain that.
Through the investigation, you reviewed other phone records.
yes,
And did you discuss the investigation with other individuals involved in it?
yes,
And did you review reports and interviews?
yes,
And based on your review of that through your investigation, were you able to make a determination as to what that may have been referencing?
yes.
Judge, and I'm going to renew my objection that it's speculation.
And Your Honor, if I may respond.
Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
Your Honor, I think under the collective knowledge doctrine, the officer's already established that if he can answer from his investigation what he believed it to mean, and it in relation to, although I haven't heard it, any hearsay, I think under the collective knowledge doctrine, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter. It's being offered as to what the officer determined in the investigation.
All right. Well,
Ju-
go ahead, Mr. Pryor.
May I respond? Judge, using that notion that it's as part of the investigation, it still calls for this officer to make a guess as to exactly what is meant by a particular phrase. So regardless of the investigation, regardless of whether he's looked at documents, he's still guessing. He's speculating, he's hunching, and he's not able to do that, and he's not allowed to do that.
All right. Well, there's been some additional foundation laid. At this point, I am still going to continue to sustain the objection, just looking back at the question, which was whether or not the witness was able to make a determination as to what that may have been referencing. So I do think it's speculative at this point, Ms. Blake. Any additional foundation you could lay may change that.
Through your investigation, did you learn if Charles was designated by any other names?
Yes.
And what were those names?
Garrett and Hiplos.
And based on that, what was your belief with regard to it's a new one?
A new entity or a new dark spirit.
Thank you. And looking at this next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here and then read the messages into the record?
So on the Lori for Style account, you see messages between Nicole Earl and Lori Vallow. These took place on 10/19 of 2019. At 9:18 in the morning, Nicole sent Lori a message. I'm not sure if you heard, but Chad's wife died last night. Lori responded at 9:33 a.m. Oh my gosh, I did not hear that. I'm in Hawaii and it's 6 a.m. Lori responded to Nicole at 9:34 in the morning. Do you know what happened? Nicole responded to Lori at 9:37. Yes, She awoke in the night coughing, threw up, collapsed, and passed away.
Through your investigation, did you learn on what day Tammy Daybell was pronounced dead?
Yes.
And what day was that?
October 19th, 2019.
So the same day these messages are exchanged.
Yes.
And we talked before that as you were looking through these, you were also cognizant of some other active investigations.
Correct.
Did you pass this information along to other law enforcement?
Yes.
And looking at the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here and then read it into the record?
Once again, these are messages between Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow on the Lori for Style account on 10/19/2019. Melanie Gibb sent Lori a message at 1:16 p.m. I heard what happened to Chad's wife. Oh my gosh. Lori responded to Melanie at 1:18. Hello, what?
So on that last slide, we saw communications between Lori and Nicole Earl that took place in the morning hours of October 19th, correct?
Correct.
And now on this slide, later in the day, these are messages between Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow.
Yes.
And what was it about these messages that caught your attention?
What caught my attention is the communication between Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow, indicating that Lori was unaware that Tammy had passed away.
And that's even though there were the messages with Nicole Earl earlier in the day.
Yes.
And on the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing and then read it into the record?
So on the Lori for Style account, on November 22nd, 2019, a text message is present from Lori Vallow to Colby Ryan, who is Lori's son. I text Ty to send it, but I haven't heard back yet. She will probably just do it before she tells me. Hope you got the Venmo. Ty said she sent it late. I'll call you when I get a break. Hope you're having a great day. I love you so much.
And in this message, were you, based on your investigation, did you know who Ty was that they were referring to?
Yes.
And who was that?
Kylie Ryan.
Did you learn when the last known sighting of Tylee was?
I believe it was the beginning of September 2019.
So this message is sent months after the last known sighting.
Yes.
And then you had indicated you also looked at another iCloud account.
Yes. So from the Lori for Style account led us to the lollytime@icloud.com. This information provided indicated that this particular account was created on July 1st, 2019. And the cell phone numbers listed are the numbers that are attached to that account.
So this particular account was created just 10 days before Charles is killed.
Yes.
And again, during this time, Tammy is still alive. Is that correct?
Yes.
Turning to the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here and then read it into the record?
Yes, this is communication found on this iCloud account between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. On July 9th, 2019 at 1:49 p.m., Lori sent Alex a message stating, "So the plot thickens. Call me when you can." She sends another message to another message to Alex Cox, 7/9/2019 at 9:50 p.m. Getting sleepy, so I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel too. She can't go to Utah. They are planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thank you for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you.
And when these messages are copied over, do you copy them over as written?
Yes, I do.
So some may contain spelling errors,
Correct.
and the only difference is you did not include the emojis.
Correct.
What is it about these messages that stuck out to you?
This is 2 days before Charles would have died. Also, in looking at Charles Vallow's account, Charles was talking with Adam Cox about planning some sort of intervention, if you would, and talking to Lori about her radical beliefs and the letters that he had found. So this stood out to me as some sort of plan that was taking place.
And again, this is just 2 days before Alex shoots and kills Charles Vallow.
Yes,
Were you able to determine who the Mel is that's being referenced in that second text?
that is Melanie Boudreau.
And who is she in relation to Lori Vallow?
That is Lori's niece.
And then moving to the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here and then read the messages into the record?
So what you're seeing here is oftentimes in what appears in an iCloud or what doesn't appear in an iCloud, you can capture in an actual phone record. Phone records and phone extractions are different. Phone extraction it's a copy of the actual device, where a phone record or a phone, they call them call detail records, are actual phone calls, text messages that are sent, and records are retained by the actual phone carrier. So in looking at a timeline of Charles Vallow's death, I was able to look at Lori Vallow's phone call detail records, and I noticed that there were phone or messages, text messages between Lori and Chad the day of Charles Vallow's murder. The times are at 6:12 a.m., 7:01 a.m., and 7:33 a.m. There is a record that this text occurred, but there's no content of what the actual text is.
And through your investigation, were you able to determine a span of time in which you believe Charles Vallow to have been shot?
Yes.
And when was that?
Based on our investigation, you looked at the record of Adam Cox and the last message sent by Chad and Adam, 7:37. So he arrives at the residence based on location data on Chad's phone.
And sorry to interrupt. I think you said Chad's phone. Do you mean
I
Charles?
apologize. On Charles' phone. So Charles Vallow had location data on his phone, so it shows when he arrives. So it's around that 7:30 time frame that Charles arrived at the Four Peaks address, and then obviously the call placed by Alex Cox at 8:36 indicating the shots. So somewhere between the 7:30 and 8:30 time frame.
And so these messages with Chad are essentially stopped just before Charles arrives or around the same time.
Correct.
And then turning to the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here and then read them into the record?
So these are text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, and the text messages were on July 18th, 2019. Lori sent Chad a message. I just got the letter from the insurance company saying that I am not the beneficiary. It's a spear through my heart. Who do you think he changed it to? Brandon or probably Kay? He left nothing for JJ. Chad responded to Lori, wow, that's terrible. There's no way to find out. Lori responded to Chad, I might be able to see when I get his computer on Sunday. I could check the emails sent to the insurance company. It will show change of beneficiary. He must have done it recently. Chad sent Lori a message. It seemed you would have had to agree to the change. Maybe your name was forged. You should have a good paper trail to prove it.
And then going to the next slide, is this a continuation of that conversation?
Yes, it is.
Would you please read those into the record?
Chad sent Lori a message stating, I love you. This is terrible, but it is probably another step in bringing down the Gadiantons, especially Brandon. Lori sent Chad a message to Chad. Nope, he can change it anytime he wants. He's the agent and anyone can change their beneficiary anytime with their own signature. I'm thinking it must be Kay. Chad sent a message to Lori. It will be interesting if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest.
So these messages were exchanged just 7 days after Charles was shot and killed.
Correct.
What was it about these messages that stood out to you?
Obviously, what stood out is the Lori's concern with beneficiary money from a life insurance policy that she felt was coming to her after Charles's death.
And at the time these messages were exchanged, had Arizona publicly released how, or if you recall, had they released how Charles had been killed?
I don't recall.
But it's just 7 days after.
Correct.
And the indication to you was at the time Charles was killed, Lori would have believed she was getting insurance money.
Yes.
Did it also appear Chad would have believed that?
Judge objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Looking at the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here and read it into the record?
So this is another message on the Lori Lolly time, I believe. Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell, 7/18/2019 at 12:19 hours. Lori says, so I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. They can't tell me to who, of course, but it's done. I still get the $4,000 a month from SS.
Did you learn through your investigation what the SS stood for?
Yes.
And what was that?
Social Security.
And did you learn through the investigation whether or not Lori was getting Social Security money or if her kids were?
Yes, she was. Yes.
And looking at this next one, can you tell us what we're seeing here and read it into the record?
This is a message from Chad to Lori on 7/26/2019 at 8:13 p.m. Tonight I figured out who I feel like. I'm a grown-up version of Harry Potter who has to live with the Dudleys in his little space under the stairs. Every few weeks I get to escape and have amazing adventures with my goddess lover. But then I have to return to my place under the stairs feeling trapped, but I sense permanent freedom is coming.
And this message would have been just 15 days after Charles' death.
Yes.
And was Tammy Daybell still alive at this time?
Yes.
And then turning to the next message, if you could let us know what we're seeing here and then read it into the record.
So on 7/30/2019, Chad sent a message to Lori. An SMS message is just a text message that read, I got the inspiration to go back to my original death percentages that help us track Charles, Ned, etc. Tammy is very close. Her percentage has fallen steadily since Hiplos left. It is encouraging.
And through your investigation, I think you've already talked to us about it, but did you learn who Ned and Hiplos were referring to?
Yes.
And who was that?
And those were dark spirits that Ned and Hiplos and Garrett were dark spirit names referring to Charles Vallow.
And in this, there's reference to helped us.
correct?
That's what I see, yes.
And this was from Chad to Lori?
Yes.
And then on this next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here and then read it into the record?
So on this account was the text messages between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, September 3rd, 2019.
How are they going to
at
explain these
10:02 a.m.
text messages?
Alex to Lori, network name is anti-layman. PW is too many kids. Lori to Alex, funny.
Wow.
And through the investigation, did you learn the last known sighting of Tylee was around September 8th?
Correct.
And the last known sighting of JJ was around September 22nd?
Correct.
And this message was sent on September 3rd.
Yes, it was.
So when the kids were still around.
Yes.
Your Honor, that exhibit is ready to be submitted to the court.
Very well. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Can you imagine dating a grown man that doesn't have a job and makes up all these
As part of your
Names for
investigation, did you also review content from an individual named Zulema Pastenis's phone?
Yes, I did.
And you've already referenced and talked about looking into content on Lori's iCloud accounts, correct?
Correct.
And we just saw some of that.
Yes.
In looking at Zulema's phone and some of the iCloud accounts, did you end up creating another exhibit?
I did, yes.
And again, given was the content of Zulema's phone voluminous?
It was, yes.
And were you able to determine certain messages that you felt had evidentiary or that you felt were relevant to today's proceedings?
I did.
Do you believe that they would assist you in your testimony today?
Yes,
Do you believe they would assist the jury in understanding the evidence as well?
they would.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be shown State's Exhibit 51. And similar to the last, these are printouts of a PowerPoint presentation. The actual exhibit would be a jump drive.
Very well.
And Detective Duncan, would you just look through those?
Okay.
Do those appear to be an accurate representation of the PowerPoint you created?
They are.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 51.
No objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 51 is admitted. And again, that is the digital file on the thumb drive. The court has received a printed copy as well.
And backing up a little bit, in your investigation, because we've used the name Zulema Pastenis.
Yes.
Through your investigation, did you learn who Zulema Pastenis is?
Yes, through our investigation, we learned that Zulema Pastenis was a friend of Lori Vallow.
And do you know if Zulema Pastenis eventually was married to someone related to Lori?
She was. Eventually, she would marry Alex Cox.
And we talked a little bit about Ned and dark spirits. Did those kind of things come up through your investigation?
Yes, they did.
And in looking in Zulema's phone, was there reference to things of that nature?
Yes, there were.
Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish State's Exhibit 51.
Yep, that's the
You may.
plan, Happy. I do believe. I think so. I do believe you are
And
right.
looking at this slide, can you tell us what we're seeing and then read it into the record?
Yes, so on Zulema Pastenis' phone, an extraction
Good
that
to
was
see you,
actually done
Happy.
by the Gilbert Police Department. I reviewed this phone content and I saw messages between Lori and Zulema. So on May 29th, 2019 at 10:32 a.m., Lori sent Zulema a message that read, "Perfect. I found out there are 4. One is a level 4 entity. His name is Hiplos. The H is silent. The other 3 are level 3s. Let's do this." And the following message from Lori to Zulema, June 2nd, 2019, at 11:54 a.m. "Yes, it does. Let's put some fire energy towards Hiplos now. He is driving now, and today is the day. I can do it spiritually. Let's go to him and hover over the truck till we do it. Are you ready?"
And looking at the next slide, if you could tell us what we're seeing here and read these messages into the record.
So the messages continue. July 2nd, 2019 at 7:52 p.m. Zulema sends Lori a message that states, "Also, I was given instructions today to rip, tear, or burn the aura of Hiplos to let the body energy out so he can't re-enter." There's a message from Chad Daybell to Zulema on July 2nd, 2019 at 8:35 p.m. "I am very happy to find out these estates. You and Lolo have doing amazing work. Mother Earth is so grateful to you both. Thank you as well for your help with Hiplos. He is so very close." Chad then sends another message to Zulema on July 13th, 2019 at 9:57 a.m. "Hi, Zulema. Yes, I would be happy to give you a blessing, possibly this evening or tomorrow. It's crazy about Charles, but such a relief."
So in looking at that second message from Chad Daybell, there's a reference to Lolo. Did you determine who Lolo was in your investigation?
I did.
And who is that?
Lolo is a nickname for Lori Vallow.
Was there anything else that stood out about that message in relation to your investigation?
On the message, the second message,
Yes, the second message.
that Chad was thanking Zulema for her help with this evil spirit that Charles was referred to.
And this message was sent just 9 days before Charles Vallow was killed.
Yes.
And then looking at the next message, is there anything that stood out to that one about you?
Other than the last sentence, it is crazy about Charles, but such a relief.
Had you looked through these phones and iCloud accounts, did you ever see any indication of grief over the loss of Charles by anyone?
I did not.
It is frazzled. And you know what?
And then turning to this next
It would be
slide,
laughable if it wasn't
I think
so
you've already
sick and
talked
gross.
about the KK Walker.
It's so
Can you tell us what we're seeing here, though?
Yes. So this is a email that came
freaking crazy.
that we recovered from the KK Walker 75 at yahoo.com address. And this particular email was sent from KK Walker to chad.daybell@gmail.com on April 21st, 2019 at 6:20 a.m. Yes, April 21st, 2019. So the email reads, Dear Brother Daybell, hi, this is Karen from Avow. I contacted you a couple weeks ago to see if you would be willing to come speak to our youth here in Houston, Texas. You said you probably could if there was a way to cover your expenses. Since then, I can't shake the feeling that you need to come share your story, particularly about chasing paradise. We are near the Houston Temple, and this summer our stake is focusing on family history work. My reason for contacting you again is that we have a stake youth conference planned for all day on Saturday, April 27th.
Exactly.
The focus is
Yep.
on the temple.
You're right.
And I know you would energize
Listen,
the
this is
kids
from
with your
Lori too.
stories.
This
We expect about 400
they like
kids to attend,
playing other
including
people
some
and
parents.
shit.
I know it is extremely short notice, but is
Telling you,
there
if I'm
any
dating
chance
somebody
you
and
could
first thing he
come?
wants to start
A high councilman is
calling people
currently
other
the main
names, I'm gonna
speaker,
be getting the
but he
fuck out
said
of
he
it.
would be happy to let you speak instead. My husband and I have been financially blessed and would pay for your flight. We also have a casita attached to our house where you could stay and not be bothered. Also, my daughter mentioned the young single adults would love to put together a fireside on Sunday evening. I realize your main goal is to sell books, and that wouldn't be possible at these events, but I know the interest in your novels would skyrocket here. I'm sorry it's so late. If possible, please let me know as early as possible in the morning so we can include it in the Sunday announcements. Also, we'd want to get your flights booked. If you are able to do both events, we could fly you in Friday, then depart on Monday. Please let me know if this is possible. We would love it. Karen Walker.
And again, who did you link that KK Walker Yahoo to?
So the KK Walker was linked to Lori Vallow. The information provided by Yahoo indicated that the IP address where this account was set up was in Katy, Texas, near where Lori was living at the time. The date of birth associated with the account was a variation of Lori's date of birth, but the phone number linked to the account was the same phone number that Lori would use.
And again, the date on this is April 21st of 2019. Was Charles Vallow still alive at that time?
Yes, he was.
And was Tammy Daybell still alive?
Yes.
Did Chad Daybell respond to this email?
Yes, he did.
And if we look at the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is a response to that email obtained through Yahoo. Hello, Karen. Yes, I will be able to come. So let the wards know. I can talk to you later about arranging the flight, Chad.
And through your investigation, did you learn whether or not Chad did travel to this event, or in response to this email, I should say?
I don't have independent knowledge of whether he did or not.
Did you, in fact, pass your findings along to other law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And other law enforcement may have followed up on that?
Yes.
And Your Honor, this exhibit is ready for submission to the court.
All right.
Detective Duncan, do you recall being contacted about a call placed to a mortuary?
I do.
And do you recall who contacted
Well, I
you?
hope they
Yeah,
play
it was
this.
Agent Ricky Wright with the
This is going to
FBI.
be so good. I can't
And
remember
did you
what
end
he
up
calls
following
himself
up
here.
on a call made to a mortuary?
I did.
For a guy that makes up all
Did
kinds of
you
names
learn
for
where that
people, he
mortuary was
wasn't good at
located?
making up
Yes.
one
And
on
where
the
was that?
fly
It was
here.
the Valley of Sun Mortuary located in the southern portion of Chandler, Arizona.
And did you end up recovering a copy of a recording of the call?
Yes, I did.
And was it actually a two-part recording?
Yes.
And Your Honor, it's my understanding that these exhibits have already been stipulated to by the parties. They've been marked as states 44A and states 45A.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. And to be clear, explain what they are again, Ms. Blake.
They are a recording of the calls just referenced by the detective.
Okay, so each one of those exhibits contains a digital file of a recording individual.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. 44A and 45A are admitted.
And Your Honor, I do have a copy of those for counsel as well.
Judge, I have copies. Thank you.
Okay,
And I would, now that those are admitted, I would ask to be able to publish those.
you may publish them.
If I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
This is taking a while, but I really like this because it shows what a total idiot he is.
Third ring answer.
Funeral home.
Hello, my name is Sarah. I'm assisting them with their calls. How can I help you today?
We just had a death in the family, and we really don't want anything but a cremation, and then to send the cremains to a family in Louisiana. Just a simple, nothing other than a cremation and sending him to his family for a service in Louisiana. So, is there any way to know a ballpark price on that?
Yes, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Okay, let me transfer you over to the director who can assist you with the pricing. What is your name, please?
It is Chad Daybell.
How do you spell the last name, please?
Dabal, Daybell.
How are you related to the person who passed?
I'm his nephew.
And then also, this is for the Valley of the Suns in Chandler, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, he lives there in Chandler. I live in Iowa, so I'm just trying to help out.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, what is your uncle's name for reference, please?
He is John Daybell.
And last name?
Well, Dabal.
It's so
The
stupid.
same.
Hey,
John.
Gobby.
Does he have a middle name?
Myron.
Myron?
Yeah.
And Chad, what is your phone number in case we get disconnected?
Oh my God.
This number 515. I don't actually know my own number. Let me look real quick.
Thank you.
He's so stupid. Dayball. Oh my God. Why didn't he call him Ned?
515-402-0143.
Thank you. Is he at a nursing home, hospital, or residence?
He passed away in a hospital. I don't know the details. I'm just calling.
Yeah, it's just for to know, because sometimes it's different if it's a residential or hospital or a nursing home. Okay.
Thinking they're sending him to the medical examiner. I'm not sure. I should have had more information before I called. I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right. Cremation with shipping to which city?
New Orleans. Louisiana. Mhm.
Okay, one moment, please, Chad. Stay on the line. Let me transfer you over to the director who can assist you with that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Chad.
Yeah,
Thank you for holding. I do have the director, Carissa, on the line to further assist you.
okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, that was State's Exhibit 44A.
Okay,
And I would now ask to publish State's Exhibit 45A.
you may.
So my name is Chris. I'm a senior director with Solid System Mortuary Cemetery. I understand that your uncle passed away.
Yes, and I'm just starting the process for the family. He didn't have many relatives. I'm his nephew. I live in Iowa. But what they
Sorry to
want
hear
to
that.
do is, sad to see him go. Yeah, I think he's going to the medical examiner. I don't know all the details, but what the family basically wants is just to have him cremated there in Chandler and then have its cremains shipped to New Orleans. And we'll
Okay.
bill it the service later. So just trying to get a ballpark price.
Okay, so for a cremation, we are able to do our cremation for $1,695. Now, what that's going to include is the transportation into our care, the transportation to and from our crematory, our basic professional fees, as well as our crematory fee. Now, there's going to be a couple other charges there for you.
Okay.
So we are going to have death certificates, which are $20 a piece, with a processing fee,
Okay.
$15 permit fee,
All right.
and then we're able to do that transfer through the mail for you, and that's $150 fee for you.
Okay. Like UPS or something, I guess.
Okay,
So close, about 2,000 probably, kind of a ballpark, yeah.
close to, yeah.
Okay. Well, that helps me a lot. I'm going to call one or two others, but I'll get back to you if we come that direction. Thank you so much.
You're
Oh,
welcome. If you need anything else, give me a call.
okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Could I have a sidebar with council, please?
Yes.
State wants to present any argument as to a basis for sealing the hearing this afternoon. I'll hear that at this time, and then I'll hear a response from the defense. So who is going to be arguing as to the motion to seal?
I will be, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Ms. Blake. And so to be clear, not into the merits of the motion in limine, just on the issue of sealing.
Correct. The state did file a brief. I recognize this is short timing and defense counsel may not have had an opportunity to do the same. In the brief, I think both in the motion to seal and then reference to the brief without getting into any argument lays out what the state's concern is, depending on any ruling on the motion, is why the state had requested that this be filed under seal. Depending on the outcome, could have an impact in the future. But we do recognize that there is a jury that has been seated at this point, and the court may determine that that is no longer a concern. So we would simply defer to the court on this and just reference back to the motion as to the state's rationale for the original request.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. What's the defense response as to the issue of sealing or not sealing the upcoming hearing?
Judge, the state correctly pointed out that the jury's been sworn in. The evidence is has proceeded at this point. Without getting into too many factual issues, Judge, the information that's in question was listed as an exhibit and disclosed to the state on March 15th, I believe, originally in the list of exhibits.
Okay, we talked about that, so I got it passed. They were going to come back from lunch and then have a hearing. I got it past that point, but I was going to show you something just because I'm silly, something I made earlier. Okay. Something Wong, right? Yep. I'm going to show you guys this real quick. Something I made. I know. He's so stupid. See? Listen to his voice, too. God, he makes me so sick. He has all these names for everybody, and he goes on there and calls himself Chad Daybell. Fucking dumbass. He is a moron. He is. He totally is. Let me see. Look at how stupid I am. I made this earlier. Look at the difference. Seriously. Has a job, doesn't have a job. Humpty Dumpty. Him and his stupid fucking ukulele. Seriously. Is he gross or what? I cannot with that guy. Not even having a damn job. Seriously, look at the comparison. It's like unbelievable. He is. He's so, the mouth of his makes me just vomit. Cannot with that guy. Oh, I was cracking myself up. Yes, exactly. That's it, Gerri. I can't stand his voice. I can't. Such a fucking panty waste. God. Like, can you even act like you're awake or what? I mean, it's all, yeah, I'm calling about my uncle. Hey, Queen, what's up, sister? Even if I knew nothing about this guy, you should. I know. That's exactly right. See? Fucking dipshit. He wrote books. I know. And then she sent that stupid letter. We'd love to hear you come talk about your books and stuff. As if anybody wants to hear him talk about that shit. He's not even good. He's not even a good speaker. He's all fucking stupid. Sounds like a fucking titty baby asshole. I mean, I'm just trying to, what good quality was there about this guy? Where was there a good quality? Doesn't work, doesn't makes up names for people, has a portal in his closet. Give me a fucking break. God. Worthless as fucking tits on a boar hog. Shit. I cannot with him. Like I said, it would be laughable if it wasn't completely fucking gross. If they didn't kill people. Can't help it. He's like a fucking zit. He needs to just be gone. All these names. Can you imagine if somebody talked to you like that? Like, I have never known anybody to do that in my life. Never. If I even had a friend who acted like that, I'd be like, yeah, I'm going to have to get the fuck out. I can't sit here and have everybody have pretend names. That's just weird. I don't like people to act weird around me. I don't like it. And that's what he is a fucking... I don't even know. There's no way they're going to... No way. Hello, Cindy. I thought you were here before. You were, right? I thought I saw you earlier. I guess I am wrong. Wrong. We're on break. Yeah, right? I'd be saying the same thing, girl. I hear you, sister. Okay. I was going to say, I thought I saw you earlier. Thought maybe I was going crazy. Crazy. Okay, so, but I'm back. And I've got new names for everybody. Most of them are names you've never heard of. Right, it's good for them, legs. It's good for them. Hard work is good for everybody. Oh my goodness. You got to go? Oh, if I'm going to give you a new name, you mean? Yeah, and all the stupid names. Gonna have to get rid of Malachi or what the fuck ever. I mean, God, these people are so weird. What was her name? Karen Walker. Yeah, come speak to the youth. There you go. Oh, wow. I don't know. I got to come up with some names. Did you guys see my picture? Who missed my picture? You need to see it. Legs. Look at this beauty. Which one do you think it looks more attractive, more successful, more anything? More not gross? Doesn't talk like he has shit in his mouth? Jeez. There you go, legs. Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty sat on his shoulder. Humpty Dumpty played a ukulele. Look at his fucking douche ass. I cannot. Oh my God. God, no. No, no. The mug in the house? What are you talking about? Oh, the mug. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, she better bring it in and use it. Ha, 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 ha. Oh, I wonder what it is here today. It's getting warm. It's getting there. It's getting there. It claims to be 82 right now. I don't know if I believe that. Huh. Okay. It's been pretty nice here. I did not see that, Mama's the boss. Did you like that picture, Legs? Legs, are you just going to ignore everybody or what? What's this all about? Please do, Gabi. I need a few things. Did you like the picture? I say. Legs, did you like that picture? Oh, wow. Stormy again? Oh, my God. Mama, no way. Oh, my Lanta. Snow. Yikes. That's very yikes. Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry I missed it. You had me playing in the, like, What do you mean? I was just joking about everything. I was joking with Legs because she wasn't answering our questions. That's crazy. Snow. It's almost May. I mean, come on. Let's be real, folks. Yep. I hear you. I don't blame you. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and fire it up. I thought for sure Zulema would be on today. We'll see. Oh, okay. I was going to say, Mo's a boss, Mike. Oh, God. I don't know, Gerri. I don't know what I thought. The fuck is going on? Oh, that's funny. You're gonna lose a digit. Oh, Lord. Oh, I can't even. I love that. Oh, shit balls. That's funny. Oh, Lord. Oh, God. Yeah, it's very expensive. Wasn't it like $300? Oh, God. Oh, my God. I was going to ask you, what did you do? Did you kick something? Yeah. Yeah, if you didn't injure it, yeah, if you stubbed it and kicked it or did something, then I could see that's, and there's not anything they can do really about it if you did. But if you didn't do anything to it, that's not good. Oh. Yeah, you better get to the ER. Don't go to urgent care. They aren't going to do anything. You have to go to ER. Yeah, that's weird, Legs. Okay, no, stop it, Legs. For reals, if you don't have an injury, that's if you didn't injure it. What the fuck? Even if you went to like a minute clinic or something. Did you? I know, Gummy. Okay, see. Okay, well, you need to make her. Come on. Good grief. If you can't do a damn thing, get the fuck out of my house right now. Seriously. You're right. No, Gerri's totally right. It could be a spider bite. That's not a good thing for reals. If you kicked a case of water, then maybe. Oh, Lordy, Lordy. Let's not start a toll gate. Another one. See? Yeah, don't fool around with that, legs. That's the kind of shit that'll fuck you up right there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Swelling and bruising would be totally normal if you injured it. Right. It's not anything to mess with. That's serious. For reals. And it's silly to mess with it. No reason to. No worries, ma'am. I'm getting ready to fire this back up. That's right. Frazzled right. Show thing. Yep. You better watch out, Cindy. Don't be stirring up trouble, Cindy. I kid. Oh. Close that. Yeah, don't stir up trouble. All right, I'm going to put this back on. Look at old Humpty Dumpty there. Humpty Dumpty sat in the court. Humpty Dumpty.
All right, Detective Duncan has returned to the stand. Let me just inquire. I'm not singling you out, by the way. I do this with every witness when I remember. But over this break, did you discuss your testimony with anyone else or anybody else's testimony? Okay, thank you for confirming that. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire, I'll remind the witness you're still under oath and you may question.
Thank you. Detective Duncan, before the break, we had just heard 2 calls that were linked to the same mortuary call. Do you recall those?
I do, yes.
And you recovered those as part of the investigation?
Yes,
And I believe you indicated the FBI had actually requested you collect those calls.
correct.
And prior to today, had you heard those?
I have, yes.
Have you heard Chad Daybell's voice?
I have.
Were you able to recognize the voice on that call?
Yes, I was.
And who was that?
Chad Daybell.
And during the call, did you hear him use any other name than Chad Daybell?
I heard him use a different spelling of the last name, yes.
And in that call, do you recall him saying where he was
love
hoping
that
to send
tribey
the
bit.
remains to once they were cremated?
I do.
Yep.
And where was that?
Yep.
Louisiana,
Do you know where Charles Vallow's place of birth was?
Louisiana.
Do you know if he still had family living there?
Yes, he did.
Did you also hear Chad give a location for himself where he was currently located in that call?
He indicated that he was in Iowa.
Through your investigation, did you ever find anything indicating Chad was in Iowa?
Did not.
He's a liar.
And we've talked about that in your investigation, you looked at the iCloud accounts for Lori.
Yes,
Do you recall locating a copy of a patriarchal blessing?
there is an audio recording of a patriarchal blessing on Lori's iCloud account.
Did you listen to that blessing at some point?
I did.
And do you know who was giving the blessing?
Chad Daybell,
Do you know who he was giving the blessing to?
Alex Cox.
Are you familiar with what faith the patriarchal blessings are attached to?
I am
And what faith is that?
with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
And are you familiar with whether or not Chad Daybell within the church would have been authorized to give an actual patriarchal blessing?
Sustained. And Ms. Pryor, your microphone next time, please.
Detective, as part of the investigation, did the LDS faith come up?
Yes,
Did you review some things in relation to that faith?
I did.
And do you have some basic knowledge regarding the LDS church?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what a patriarchal blessing is?
I do.
Do you know who's authorized to give those within the LDS faith?
The stake president is authorized to give those.
Do you know what if Chad held the calling of a stake president at the time the blessing was given?
My understanding, he did not.
So he would not have been authorized within the LDS faith to give that blessing.
Correct. I think it actually, would correct myself, like it's a stake patriarch that gives that blessing, not president, but a patriarch.
So it's a specific calling someone has within the LDS faith to be able to give those blessings to another person.
Yes, it is.
And Chad did not hold that calling.
My understanding, he did not.
And Your Honor, the iCloud accounts have been admitted into evidence. The state has what's been marked as State's Exhibit 50, which is the reference to recording, where those iCloud accounts are already in evidence by stipulation. The state would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 50.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, Exhibit 50 is entered, and counsel, again, to be clear with those accounts, et cetera, as each individual item comes in into evidence, as you just did, Ms. Blake, continue to please reference those specifically so the record remains clear.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would ask for permission to publish State's Exhibit 50.
You may publish.
Chad Daybell, it is November 24th, 2019, it's Sunday afternoon, 5:15 p.m. We're going to give Alex Lamar Cox a patriarchal blessing.
Alexander Lamar.
Alexander Lamar Cox. On this special day, I lay my hands upon your head to give you a patriarchal blessing as part of the member of the Church of the Firstborn that you have earned the privilege to be a member of. I do so by the power of the Melchizedek priesthood which I hold, and in the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior, who has authorized this blessing. It is grateful that you're receiving it as you move forward in your life. You are a member of the House of Israel, of the 12 tribes, and you are a descendant of Joseph through the tribe of Ephraim, which grants you many blessings, particularly of spreading the gospel in these latter days and protecting and preserving those who seek to learn the truth. And that has been your mission on this earth, and it will now expand into ways that we will discuss further in the blessing. I want to begin by opening up the portals of time and going back to your previous creations on which you've lived. I see you on the third creation as a valiant warrior fighting for truth and righteousness, always seeking to do what is right. Then you progressed and were selected by the Savior himself to be part of the fourth creation. Great warriors were needed in that creation. Powerful goddesses were needed to be protected, and you were selected to help protect your sister. And you helped her in numerous probations as a defender. You have a special bond even from the premortal world. You connected there. And as she grew in power, you were right there beside her, always. With a humble heart. You both always were so humble. So as this fifth creation began, after you had been exalted in the fourth creation, when you could have gone on to exaltation with Holly, resurrected being, you accepted the Savior's invitation one more time to come to this mortal realm, to condescend as a God. You help us. You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid. But you will continue to do so as you move forward in this life. You were born into a family that needed you desperately, with a set of parents who spoke of the gospel with their mouths, yet did not live it. And once again, you were reunited with a sister who needed you to survive such an environment. In no way was it a reflection on either one of you that you lived in that home. You were put there to help each other persevere. But the lessons you had to learn in your youth have now made you both strong, powerful servants of the Lord that would not have occurred in a traditional LDS home. You had to go to great depths to achieve tremendous heights. And the fruits of those trials are beginning to be demonstrated. You were granted to be a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and that was a strength to you. You learned about your Savior and grew closer to him and rekindled in some ways the connections you've always had with him. And through adulthood, you have refined yourself. And I just want you to know that at this time, the Savior is saying unto me, well done. Thy soul is cleansed. All is well. And now you'll begin into your terrestrial phase of this existence, that you'll be a powerful servant. I bless you with that knowledge that you'll now move forward as a true warrior in ways that can be demonstrated through not only physical action, but through spiritual power that is coming to you and will be bestowed upon you. I bless you with the knowledge that through marriage, you'll be united with a partner who will match your powers and complement your strengths. You'll be known throughout the world for your good-heartedness, your willingness to save souls all over the world through portals, and you will begin to gather the souls that come unto Christ. I see you in New Jerusalem, but more importantly, I see you as a messenger of the Lord. Surrounding New Jerusalem will be many small communities where people will come who aren't quite ready to enter those heavenly gates, those terrestrial gates. And one of your missions will be to go among the people and testify as a prophet that they can make it. You'll share your own experiences of overcoming adversity. And through your example, they will rise up. You will give tremendous blessings to them, raise their vibrations, and be like a brother to many of these fathers who may have had doubts, but through your strength, they will look to you as a hero, and you'll bring entire families that have been sanctified to the gates of New Jerusalem, and they will be allowed in on your word. Will be just one of the many wonderful experiences you'll have. I see you doing that often, but then based on assignments, you might go further into the world. Always serving, always a missionary. And with your companion, you'll communicate with Mother Earth herself. You'll know where to be before natural disasters happen, that you can be on location to protect key leaders, church leaders, and to preserve who should survive. Little children, I see you gathering up little children in your arms, saving them from floodwaters. Just having a collage of moments that await you in this life, rescuing the pure and innocent, leading them to safety. Dozens of instances. And you will be looked upon as an angel on earth. You'll literally glow for those who are allowed to see you. And those mortals who aren't allowed to see that will know through the spirit of the great power you possess. Proper time, after many years of service in such ways, as the second coming approaches, you will know when it's time to move to the other side. This body that has served you well will lay down one day, and you'll pass. Your spirit will leave this body, and you'll be greeted wholeheartedly and welcomed by the Savior himself. You will already know him, but that reunion will take place on a greater plane that the spirit, you'll feel that that time the vibration will exceed all. Before the second coming even occurs, the Savior will let that body rest a day or two, and much like himself, you will be raised and be resurrected, so that when the Savior does return, you will be right at the front of that amazing team of angels. It will sweep the earth, much like described in the renewed earth. You will be there. It will bring you great joy to help Mother Earth transfer to a terrestrial realm, to burn away the celestial refuse. At that time, you and Holly will still have assignments here temporarily, but then you will move forward. She's already preparing a world for you two, and you will be able to be an eternal family with eternal children on that earth. And the glory will just continue for you out, on and on through eternity. So I bless you at this time with strength, power, and dominion over the callings you will receive, and that you are part of a very special team of people that are moving towards translation and transfiguration, and that the Lord will be with you at all times. You will be a patriarch in your own home. You will give blessings similar to this. Your veil will be essentially gone. You'll be able to see into the past and into the future for these individuals and share with them the same type of knowledge and truth. I bless you with protection throughout your mortal life. That angels will now be assigned to you as you've reached this vibration. You have 9 angels assigned to you now to watch you from all sides through your faithfulness. I know you will stay faithful. You have a great mission. I protect you. I bless you with a strong protection against Satan and his followers, Lucifer, Cain, anyone else who seeks to oppose you. You will feel a new vitality and strength against them, and to use your priesthood to defend against them. I close this patriarchal blessing by assuring you that you will rise to an eternal glory, and that you will have an eternal family, and that your exaltation is assured through your faithfulness. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Well, thank God that's over with. What the fuck? Yes, he's so monotone. It's gross. What the hell? Yeah, he's crying. He's so gross.
And Your Honor, I have State's Exhibit 50 ready to submit.
Very well.
He's a prophet. Right. You know what? He's so monotone. He's so fucking... Oh, it makes me sick. If his D is not fire, then what the fuck is it? What is it? The guy don't work. He's fucking worthless as
Detective
tits on a
Duncan,
boar hog.
when you
Straight the
listen
fuck
to
up.
that, could you hear a female also?
Yes.
Must
Do
be
you know
hung
who
like
that
a
female
fucking horse
was?
or something.
I'm
I cannot.
going to
I don't
object without some
understand.
proper foundation.
Sustain.
Based on your investigation,
There is
did
no
you ever
proper
hear the
foundation
voices
for
of
that
any other
shit.
individuals involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever hear the voice of Lori Vallow?
Yes, I did.
Do you know, based on that, did you recognize the female voice within that blessing?
I believe that voice to be Lori Vallow.
In that blessing, were there certain things that stood
He
out to
dies the
you?
next day.
There was a lot. First off, the date, November 24th, that is spoken, 2019 by Chad.
Okay, no, not right
The
away.
other thing that stood out was at the beginning when he mentions that Alex is part of the Church of the Firstborn. That stood out to me. And then third, is in there talking about how he had already helped us more than they could repay him.
And breaking that down a little bit, with regard to the Church of the Firstborn, is that affiliated with the LDS faith to the best of your knowledge?
Judge, I'm going to object unless there's some foundation.
Sustain.
And Your Honor, if I may respond,
Go ahead.
I'm happy to lay more foundation, but I think I've already asked this officer previously on a similar objection if he looked into the LDS faith and is familiar with some of the terms used. So I think we have laid foundation for purposes of the investigation.
Judge, that's a pretty broad statement.
Well, if you'll re-ask the question, I thought you were talking about a different church. So go ahead.
Through the investigation, and are you familiar with whether or not the Church of the Firstborn is affiliated with the LDS Church?
It's my understanding that the two are not affiliated.
Is that why it caught your attention?
Yes.
Then you talked about a statement in there that the statement was made already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid.
Correct.
And again, Chad was giving the blessing,
Correct.
and it's your belief Lori was also present for the blessing.
Yes.
And then circling back, you said one of the other things that stood out to you was the date, November 24th of 2019.
Yes.
Do you know if Alex Cox is still alive?
Alex Cox is still alive during that time. Yes.
And do you know when he passed away?
December of 2019.
So just shortly after this.
Yes.
In the blessing, did you also hear reference made, you will know when it's time to move to the other side?
I did.
And that's Chad telling that to Alex.
Correct.
On
It didn't
November
let me for
24th of
2 months. I didn't
2019,
make the $100 thing.
were
Yep, now
Tylee and JJ missing.
Yes, they were.
And on November
right now,
24th of 2019, was Charles Vallow dead?
Yes.
And on November 24th of 2019, was Tammy Daybell dead?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
And it is, right?
Mr. Pryor, if you'd like.
Thank you, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Oh, did legs didn't get one?
Back on. Thank you.
Okay. Done that twice. Not on purpose. May I refer to you as officer? Is that okay?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, thank you, officer. So you made
Oh,
mention of the fact that
probably.
you familiarized yourself with the LDS faith. Is that right?
I was born and raised in the LDS faith. Yes.
Okay, so maybe you can enlighten me because this has been a learning experience for me.
It has me as well.
Okay, but you're obviously have a hand up. Is that you were at least part of that faith for a while? I don't have that. So you're familiar with the term doctrine of covenants.
Yes.
Okay, and in the doctrine of covenants, it talks about the Church of the Firstborn as part of the LDS faith. You remember that?
Well, I can't speak to the doctrine of covenants. I know what the
Okay.
doctrine of covenants are, but
Well, you spoke to the doctrine of covenants, though.
that I know what they are. Yes.
Well,
But
you-
I don't understand
All
the
right,
content.
We're already having an issue with you talking at the same time as Mr. Pryor and vice versa. So please question and answer and don't talk over each other.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object as beyond the scope.
Overruled at this point.
Ms. Blake talked to you about the Church of the First, and you said that it wasn't part of the LDS faith. Is that right?
My understanding that the two were separate is what I said.
Okay. But the Doctrine of the Covenants talks about the Church of the Firstborn as part of the LDS faith. So where did you get your information from?
Basically, I had talked to other investigators that were part of the LDS Church, and we had heard through this investigation earlier the mention of the Church of the Firstborn,
Okay.
not understanding what.
So you really don't know whether it's part of the LDS faith or not, the Doctrine of Covenants, even though the Doctrine of Covenants discusses Church of the Firstborn being part of it, right?
Yeah, so like I said,
Okay.
other than, I don't, based on my knowledge, yes.
Now, and I'm going to go off topic a little bit, but some of the other stuff that I saw, Zaluma Pastena is talking about light and dark.
Correct.
And light and dark is part of the LDS faith too, right?
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, you said you familiarized yourself with it. Did you familiarize yourself with light and dark?
Not totally, no.
What about death and death percentages and things like that? Is that part of the LDS faith?
I've never heard of that.
Okay, but you don't know whether it is or not, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then we heard about some vibrations. I heard the word vibrations a couple of times. Are you familiar with that term within the LDS faith about vibrations?
I am not.
What about being possessed by spirits and praying for their removal from your body? Have you heard about that?
I have not.
Okay. But you don't know whether any of these theories are part of the LDS faith, right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware that in the LDS faith, that if someone is possessed, that if you pray for them, you can have them removed from their body? Are you aware of that?
I am not.
Okay. Now, we talked a little bit about the frequency with which on a specific day where Lori Vallow texted Chad Daybell 3 times in the morning, right?
Yes,
And that was with Charles Vallow, right?
that was the day that Charles
Okay.
died, yes.
And you made a point of bringing that up, that there were 3 messages that day in the morning, or at least there appeared to be some communication. We really don't know what they said though, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you go over the phone records, 3 calls in a day was not uncommon for them when I looked at the records, was it?
No.
In fact, it was frequently more than that in the morning, more than that in the evening, and more than that in the afternoon, right?
Correct.
So when you pointed out the 3, I got the impression what you were trying to suggest, that because Chad texted her or communicated with her 3 times, that somehow links him to Charles Vallow's murder. That's not what you're suggesting, is it?
No, I didn't suggest that. I made comment that that those show up in her CDR records, but they do not show up. Those contacts do not show up in her iCloud records.
Okay, so just because there were differences, but it wasn't unusual for them to communicate several times a day at various times of the day.
Correct.
Right. After all, they were having a relationship with each other, weren't they?
My understanding, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Maricopa County, is that the county that you're in down there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know the prosecutor down there?
I know many prosecutors
Okay.
there, but are you referring to? a
Alistair
specific-
Adele?
Hold on, Mr. Pryor, he wasn't done answering.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was, Judge.
Wasn't. Go ahead.
I do know Alistair Adele, the prosecutor, but I don't know her personally, but I know who
Okay.
she is.
So, you talked in great detail about the Charles Vallow case, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that Mr. Daybell is not criminally accused in the Charles Vallow case, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that in June 29th of 2021, the prosecuting attorney issued a statement in regards to his intent regarding Chad Daybell and the Charles Vallow case, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was published on it was actually put on the web, wasn't it?
I'm not sure where it was, but
Okay.
I know we received something as part of our case file.
Right, and you're aware of what this prosecutor, after reviewing all of the information, made a determination, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. The defense counsel's clearly headed into hearsay.
Well, it's already asked and answered without a timely objection, so overruled.
So did you happen to review what the prosecuting attorney's ruling was in regards to Chad Daybell and the death of Charles Vallow?
I am not privy to the ruling or the,
Okay.
basically the discussion of why a decision is made, other than
Okay.
the decision has been made.
But
not-
obviously, and I'm doing it again, and I'll slow down, Judge, I'm sorry. A lot in my head, and I'm trying to get it out to talk to you. That's because there's different functions. Your function is to investigate a situation, correct?
Yes,
Gather evidence,
yes,
make a determination through the interview of witnesses.
correct.
And then at the conclusion of your investigation, you're to submit that information to a prosecuting attorney.
Yes,
The prosecuting attorney is not to get involved typically in helping you interview witnesses, right?
I don't agree 100% with that, because on all of our homicides, we do have an attorney that responds to our scenes and
Okay.
is aware of the circumstances surrounding it, because that attorney would have to speak at a hearing later on.
Okay.
So they need to know about the case.
Would they be participating in the interview of the witnesses?
No,
That's unusual, isn't it?
yes,
Okay. Okay. And it's unusual to encourage or tell witnesses what they should say and not say. Would that be fair as well?
for the attorney to tell witnesses?
Yeah, how to testify, what to testify to?
Yeah.
That's unusual as well, isn't it?
Well, there is witness prep in cases, so you can actually talk about, certain things, but no, I don't say it's not highly unusual.
Okay. So when we're talking about witness prep, that's a completely different thing than a prosecutor or an attorney getting involved in the actual investigation of a criminal matter, correct?
I can speak for Maricopa County. in
Okay.
mind that they would be present during the investigation, and they might have a suggestion or two, but they would stay out of it.
Right, okay. So is there anything that would refresh your recollection in terms of what the prosecuting attorney's ruling was on June 29th of 2021 regarding Chad Daybell?
There is what's called a disposition sheet on my report that would show that, yes.
And Judge, could I approach, you don't remember exactly the wording the prosecutor used, do you?
I don't remember the exact verbiage, no.
Okay, Judge, could I,
Brother, I'm going to object to hearsay here. The answer is going to call for hearsay.
Right. I'd like to, in camera, just on a sidebar, review the exhibit proposed.
So he's actually trying to defend all that shit that came out of Chad's mouth. Wow. Yeah, these voices are a problem for me. I don't know what you're talking about, Gerri. I probably missed some chat here.
All right, Mr. Pryor, you can continue.
now, officer, as part of a disposition and a determination by a prosecuting attorney, and this is after the police officers have done their investigation, and the case is then put together and submitted to a prosecuting attorney. Are you following me?
Yes,
Okay, at that point, a prosecuting attorney makes a determination after they review all the evidence
Oh,
independently
okay.
and make a determination as to whether or not they're going to proceed with charges against a particular defendant. Would that be fair?
that's fair.
And then in Maricopa County, how is that accomplished?
So we submit our charges to Maricopa County the courts, and then they review the case, and then they send us back their decision. So it's, like I said, it's been in the form of a disposition form. If they're not going to charge, they would send us a disposition form. If they are going to charge, then we would attend a grand jury or go through the process or preliminary
Okay.
hearing, whatever it may be.
And is that disposition form public record?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not the disposition record that was filed in regards to Mr. Daybell and his, even any potential involvement with Charles Vallow, was that public record?
If it is in the report, then that would be public record, yes.
Okay. And is that published anywhere that you're aware of?
What do you mean? Is it published?
Is it published on the internet? Is it published on any sort of media?
No, the report wouldn't be published. You'd have to request that report.
Okay. Okay. So in addition, there would also be a reason for, or an explanation for why they didn't prosecute. Is that correct?
Like I said, I wouldn't know that information other than I just get the disposition. I wouldn't understand their rationale for charging or not charging.
Okay, but they would give you some explanation in the reason on the disposition sheet, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive a copy of the disposition determination by the prosecutor in regards to Chad Daybell in any potential involvement with Charles Vallow?
Yes, I did.
Did you review that?
I did, and I scanned it to the report.
Okay, and do you have an independent recollection of what the reason was that they didn't charge Chad Daybell in the Charles Vallow matter?
I do not.
Okay, is there something that could refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Would the disposition sheet refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach this witness?
You may. Well, let's have the bailiff carry that over.
Approach this witness. And let me know when you're done reviewing.
Okay.
Are you done?
Yes.
Was there a reason stated in this document as to why they would not prosecute Chad Daybell in the Charles Vallow case?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that reason is?
The reason they provided was no reasonable likelihood of conviction.
So I'm going to repeat that and make sure I said that and heard you correctly. At my age, I don't always hear clearly. No reasonable likelihood of conviction. Is that what it says?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, they're not pursuing this in any other way in the future against Chad Daybell. Is that correct?
That is never taken off the table. No.
Okay. But at this point, you don't have an active investigation against Chad Daybell, do you?
There are records that I would like to look at that other agencies have, but like I said, there's no statute of limitations on
Right.
homicide. So
Well,
yeah,
there's
I
never
could
a
always,
statute. I'm sorry.
yeah, I could always look at additional records. And if additional evidence came forward, then it could be charged.
But based on the evidence that you presented and the evidence you presented today, that was all provided to the prosecuting attorney, right?
And this is based on evidence as of 2021, yes.
Right. So it's all, they have all the current evidence, right?
I'm not sure if they have other jurisdictions' evidence.
Okay.
They clearly have ours.
Okay. Well, other jurisdictions' evidence, they have evidence relating to the killing by Alex Cox and Lori Vallow of Charles Vallow, right?
Yes.
And at this point, according to this prosecutor, and that's what, 3 years ago? There's no reasonable likelihood of conviction of Chad Daybell in that matter, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I could have that back, Mr. Bailiff. Thank you. Now, this is an unusual case because there's a lot of talk about religion.
I agree.
And Mr. Daybell, do you know how long that blessing thing went on for?
I have no idea.
Yeah, me neither. And was it written? Was he reading off of something?
I wasn't there, so I
You
should
didn't,
tell
you
you.
didn't hear pages in the video of him turning pages or anything?
Didn't.
I thought I heard some pages turning.
I heard a garage door open.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
Yes.
Well, all right. Well, you got better ears than I do. We talked about that before. You know what Chad Daybell did for a living, right?
This is stupid.
I know he was an author. I don't know. Other than
Wrote
that,
books.
Yeah.
And as I was listening to that, it sounded like someone was writing a book. Would you agree with that?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to ask that the narrative be stricken. I think council can ask questions, but there's narrative being added.
Well, that, I'm gonna make a ruling, Mr. Pryor. So on the last question, I'll overrule that, but to the extent it does become more narrative, Ms. Blake, you can object again.
Now, you know the name's Melanie Gibb.
Yes,
Did you ever interview her?
I did.
Okay. And David Warwick.
I know the name, but I never interviewed him.
And I could represent you that she was dating Melanie Gibb, eventually married Melanie Gibb. So
That
does
sounds
that
about-
recall?
sounds about right.
Refresher? Okay. And then Zaluma Pastenes.
Yes,
Okay. All of these folks, members of the LDS faith.
it's my understanding. Yes.
Okay. And all of them have made numerous references to some, at least what I would consider unusual beliefs.
True.
Talking about, as members of the LDS faith, they talk about vibrations. We've heard that, right?
Correct.
They talk about probationary periods,
I've heard that term. Yes.
right? And that deals with what you did in your life before in that particular faith, what your role was in life before, right?
If you say so.
Well, I'm asking you because
I
if
don't.
you don't know about that?
I don't know.
Okay, and then there's some references to God and goddesses. You've heard about that, right?
I have heard that. Yes.
Okay, and in the reference to God and goddesses, are you aware that in the LDS faith that as you move forward, you become a god and a goddess in their faith?
I'm not. No.
Okay, and are you aware that in the LDS faith that when you their God lives on a planet and then angels are brought down to communicate with us?
I'm not familiar with that. No.
Not familiar. How long were you involved in that faith?
Until I was 18.
Okay, so is it because you're not aware of it, or is it because you don't believe it was part of the faith?
No, I chose to practice a different religion.
Okay, so you're not aware, you're just telling me you don't know whether it's true or not.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And we're not trying to you agree with me, we're not trying to disparage the LDS faith, right?
No.
We're just trying to point out that the stuff they're talking about may not be something that's out of the realm of discussion within that faith, right?
I would agree.
When you're talking about spirits and exercising spirits such as Ned. I guess we talked about Ned, right? That wasn't with you with Ned. Never mind. But that's all of this stuff because these folks were all actively involved in the LDS faith. These are things that came up as
Your Honor, objection. Counsel stating facts not in evidence. And again, this is a narrative.
Sustained.
They were all involved in a bunch of nonsense and murder.
now.
Okay. Is that part of the LDS
You
church?
investigated
I don't
this
know.
case,
You tell me, because I don't think it is.
and there was a time when J.J. Vallow was exclusively with Charles Vallow, and Lori Vallow wasn't involved. Do you have any recollection of when that took place?
I'm not sure the time frame on that, but I know that JJ was with Charles in Texas. Yes.
Right. And at that time, Lori Vallow, and it's in this time period, right?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't be able to speak to the exact time period.
Okay.
There's so
Do
much.
do you know where Lori Vallow was living at that time during that 2 or 3 month period?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. You don't have any recollection of that.
Correct.
Okay. So you're not suggesting because Chad Daybell gave Alex Cox a patriarchal prayer that in some way he was involved in the killing of Charles Vallow, are you?
I didn't say that. No.
Okay. And from what I understand, and please correct me, you have 18 years more experience than I do. I have 0. Giving a patriarchal prayer to someone, regardless of whether you can do it or not, is that a crime in Maricopa County?
No,
Okay, you wouldn't think that's a crime anywhere, right?
correct.
Okay. It may not be the best religious practice. There may be other issues, but it's not a crime anywhere, right?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that just because you give someone a patriarchal prayer, a very, very long patriarchal prayer, that isn't to insinuate that you've committed any kind of a crime, right?
Correct.
Okay. You knew Zalim? Oh, wait, go ahead.
You're fine. Go ahead.
I wish I had one. You knew about Zaluma Pastenes.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and tell me who she is again.
So Zulema is the wife of Alex Cox and also a friend of Lori Vallow.
Okay, now the friend of Lori Vallow, do you have a recollection of when that friendship with Lori Vallow started approximately?
I do not.
Okay, but the friendship with Lori Vallow predated the marriage to Alex Cox.
Yes, it did.
And you would agree with me that the relationship between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox was close.
I would agree. Yes.
Oddly close?
I don't know much about the relationship as far as the intimacy or how close it was. But yeah, I've heard it described as such, but I have no.
When you say that
understanding
it
of
was, when you say that you've heard that it was described as what type of adjective close?
I just heard that other people thought they were oddly close,
Okay.
but I have no understanding of that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. I want to go back to the date of Charles Vallow's unfortunate death.
Okay.
And you talked about that Alex Cox was there and there was some sort of an altercation.
Correct. That's what was told to us.
Okay. And you got that through a 911 call or how?
So it came through obvious 911 call and then a subsequent interview with Alex Cox.
Okay. And at that point, who was present at the time? My understanding is that was Lori Vallow's house.
Yes.
She has two children. She had JJ Vallow
Yes.
and Tylee Ryan.
Correct.
And at that point, both of those kids were living in the house.
Yes.
And at the time of this incident, both of those kids were present.
At the time of the actual shooting,
Well, at the time of the altercation, both of them were
on
present.
the date in question, all four of them were present.
Right.
And, yeah. When Charles arrived.
Right. And at that point, something with Tylee and a bat.
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
So what was explained to us through Alex Cox was there was an altercation, an argument between Lori and Charles regarding Lori taking Charles's phone from him, demanding the password to look into the phone. During that time, the argument continued. Tylee reportedly came out of her bedroom with a bat, and it was grabbed by Charles and pulled away from Tylee. It was that bat that Alex claimed that he was hit in the head with during this altercation. And then during this time, Lori had left the house with Tylee and JJ.
So Lori left the house with Tylee and JJ and she was outside or something like that, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Right. And at that point, Alex Cox took out a gun and, in your assessment, murdered Charles Vallow.
Yes.
Okay. And there's no indication that Mr. Daybell had any text messages or communication with Lori Vallow or Alex saying, let's kill Charles Vallow, right?
Not in those words, no.
Well, not in any words.
Correct.
So why'd you say not in those words?
Through this investigation, 2 days prior, I uncovered some messages between Lori and Melanie.
Melanie.
I believe it was Melanie Bedreau.
Okay.
And during that time, Lori had sent Melanie a message saying to give her 5 minutes. She's trying to find out what to do.
Okay.
And
We don't, that's a very generic term. That doesn't really imply anything, does it?
correct.
Okay. Now, one of the things I noted on your exhibits. You talked about, and this was on the Lori for Styles on the second page of your exhibit. It was,
Could you reference which exhibit, please, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, I don't have the number. It was the Lori for Styles. Well, maybe I do have the number.
Might be 49.
I think so, Judge. Could we hand that?
Well, so the exhibit's actually the PowerPoint. I don't mind the witness being handed a print-off version as long as we clearly state which exhibit that's coming from.
Judge, I could actually see if he can remember it because it's really actually a very short question. If I may, I Judge?
Yes.
So there was some discussion where you read off the exhibit, and this was in the Lori for Styles, where you said, it's not Ned, it's a new one.
Yes,
Okay, and that was from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox.
correct.
So when I hear it's not Ned, and your suggestion is that Ned was someone who has possessed Charles Vallow's body, is that right?
Yes,
And what I read from that is it's a new one that's possessing Charles Vallow's body now. Would that be a fair assessment?
yes, that would be a fair assessment.
And is it a fair assessment to suggest that when you're trying to extricate a spirit in the LDS faith from someone's body, you pray and that's how you get rid of a spirit?
Once again, you're talking out of my expertise.
Okay, that's okay. And I appreciate your honesty. Then there was some discussion from Nicole Earl to Lori Vallow. And Lori Vallow talked about, at least for yes, she awoke in the night coughing, threw up, collapsed, and passed away. And she said, oh my gosh, I did not hear that I'm in, it's Hawaii, it's 6 a.m. So Lori Vallow on that day of 10/19/2019, at least expressed shock at the death of Tammy, right?
Yes,
Okay. And then subsequent to that, she's talking to some Melanie, and that's Melanie Gibb.
correct.
And they had a discussion, and Lori again is acting like she's surprised.
That would have been later in the day, yes.
Right. And then there were other numerous references where you talked about the fact that Lori Vallow may not have been completely honest about things.
In what way?
Well, is it your impression that she was manipulating some of these people?
I don't know if I'd use the word manipulation.
Okay. Okay. All right. Now I want to get to the phone call to the funeral home.
Yes,
Okay. Now at that point, when was that again? I'm sorry.
I'm not sure the date on that. No.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I am. Sorry. That is the evening of Charles Vallow's death.
Okay. And at that point, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell were having an affair,
Yes,
and they were involved in a relationship.
correct.
And Chad Daybell, that's not something you want someone to find out about. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Yeah. I mean, if you're involved and have a wife and then you're making phone calls. But when he first called, he used his real name, right?
Yes,
He said Chad Daybell.
yes,
And then as it's going on, he maybe told some untruths, right?
correct.
So if he tells people his real name when he's trying to cover up an affair, it's not the smartest thing to do to suddenly say other things when you've already told him who you are, right?
I'd agree.
Okay, all right. And that doesn't mean that he was involved in any way in the death of Charles Vallow, does it?
That phone call alone would not indicate that.
No, that's what they talked about, no likelihood of prosecution, because he made a phone call to a funeral home about that, right?
I don't think that no likelihood in prosecution was directly related to the phone call.
Okay, it was directed actually to all of the evidence in whole up until the 21st of this year is what
Yeah.
it was it involved, didn't it?
Correct.
Now, I want to go back and then we're done. I promise we're done. Okay. I want to go back to the parochial prayer. Did you have an occasion to look into Alex Cox's background a little bit?
I did not know.
Okay. Were you aware that this parochial prayer was approximately 2 weeks before Alex Cox passed away?
That sounds about right, given the
Okay.
date. Yeah.
And Alex Cox, his death was ruled and determined after an investigation to be natural causes.
Correct.
So there was no funny business with Alex Cox, right?
That we know of, yes.
Well, they did an independent investigation,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Were you aware that prior to the parochial prayer that Alex had been seeking medical treatment for a number of medical maladies?
I was not.
Were you aware that Alex traveled to Mexico to get
Your
cheap?
Honor. Actually, I'll withdraw.
Go ahead. You can continue, Mr. Pryor.
Are you aware that Alex Cox traveled to Mexico before that to seek cheap medical prescription drugs to treat medical maladies that he was suffering from?
I am aware of that, yes.
Okay, and you were aware that because of Alex Cox's illness, that Chad Daybell, at the request of Lori Vallow, gave Alex Cox a parochial prayer?
I don't know if that's the reason why I gave it.
Okay, all right. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, that'll conclude cross. This time we can have the states redirect.
Detective Duncan, were you personally involved in anything to do as far as an investigation or responding to Alex Cox's death?
I was not.
And you indicated you were aware that he'd gone to Mexico.
I was aware that he went to Mexico. That's all that I knew.
So you don't know what he purchased
I
down
don't
there?
know.
what
I
he-
know he purchased some medication, but I don't know what.
So you don't know what medication he purchased or what he took?
No, I do not.
Did he die shortly after the trip to Mexico?
I'm not sure I don't know the exact date he went down and then relative to his death.
But you also don't know what he purchased.
Correct.
And he'd received that blessing, and counsel had indicated just a couple weeks before his death. Is that correct?
So November 24th was that blessing date.
And so if you were told he died December 12th, does that sound right?
That does, yes.
So on November 24th, Chad talks to him about crossing over, about his time here being done.
Yes,
And then December 12th, he's deceased.
correct.
When you're doing a homicide investigation, is a focal point the day of the actual killing?
Yes,
So in this case, is it fair to say that you really focused in on July 11th?
correct.
And then ultimately, did you look at times before and after July 11th as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And to be clear, I guess for the jury's benefit as well, July 11th of 2019.
That is correct.
So you were asked about these messages that were deleted from between Chad and Lori.
Yes,
Is that why you included those and focused in on them?
absolutely.
And the content was missing,
Correct.
but they were in fact sent in close proximity to the time Charles was killed.
Yes,
And I think counsel had asked you, or you had started to answer a question from counsel about some messages between Lori and Melanie around the time of that July 11th date. Counsel cut you off.
yes.
Could you finish what you were saying there?
Yes, as I indicated that on the 9th of July, there was some conversation or text message that Lori sent to Melanie to give her 5 minutes that she was trying to figure out what to do. At that time, she was talking to Chad Daybell on the phone.
You were also asked about a couple of assessments that you made. And one of them
counsel asked, was it your assessment that Alex murdered Charles?
Yes,
In your assessment, did he act alone?
I don't think he did, no.
You were asked a lot about what the prosecutor recommended in relation to Chad Daybell and Charles killing.
Yes,
Was something submitted to them to review in relation to Chad Daybell?
yes,
And you were also asked if the text messages alone made you think Chad Daybell was involved.
correct,
And you were asked if the blessing alone made you think he was involved.
correct.
And you were asked, I think, about some other things to say, and I think your response was not alone,
Correct.
that alone didn't. Counsel asked about your assessment. In your assessment, did you recommend charges for Chad Daybell?
I did.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Any
Judge.
recross?
Recross?
If you may, yes.
Your Honor, I would object to recross. I don't think I went outside the scope.
Oh, he went in.
If we're outside on recross, raise an objection, otherwise I'll permit it. But I will keep that in mind, Mr. Pryor, no new
Right.
areas.
Now, you would agree with me that you don't have all the facts as it relates to Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and Alex Cox. Is that fair?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This goes outside the scope of any redirect.
Well, it's a very general question, so I'll overrule the objection.
Go ahead, officer.
The data in this case from every person as indicated is it's voluminous. So I'm sure that somewhere in there, something might have been missed. And so I can't say that I have gone through everything in regards to Chad Daybell that I would like to.
Okay. But you've made a determination that you think that Mr. Daybell is guilty, right?
I said, based on the information that I obtained and the totality of the circumstances, I recommended charges be filed.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he's guilty of anything, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the prosecuting attorneys whose job is to apply the facts that you give him to what the law says made a determination otherwise, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. This was asked and answered, and it's definitely outside the scope of redirect.
Sustained.
Nothing else. Thank you.
All right. Okay, that will conclude the testimony then of Detective Duncan. Before he steps down, I did want to reiterate a limiting instruction the court's providing at times during this trial and will be provided as part of the jury instructions with the jury. So let me provide that instruction and then the witness will be concluded. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the course of this trial, evidence will be introduced for the purpose of showing that the defendant or an alleged co-conspirator has committed acts other than that for which the defendant is on trial. Such evidence, if believed, is not to be considered by you to prove the defendant's character or that the defendant has a disposition to commit crimes. Rather, such evidence may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of proving the defendant's motive, opportunity, intent, plan, or absence of mistake or accident. So that's the court's instruction. Again, it will be provided as part of your instruction packet as well when you deliberate. That concludes then Detective Duncan's testimony. You may go ahead and step down from the witness stand. Thank you.
Judge, is he excused?
Would he be recalled?
The state does not intend to recall Detective Duncan.
And the defense does not intend to call Detective Duncan. Thank you.
Okay. Well, on the issue of that exclusionary order, then, if Detective Duncan follows the case any further, he may be prohibited from testifying if he is recalled for any reason. So, thank you. All right, counsel, I wanted to continue on to 3:30 if we could today. Does the state have another witness they'd like to start with, or do you want to discuss scheduling?
Your Honor, the state would call Mark sorry.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get another witness going. And again, we'll conclude today at 3:30.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Also, just speak into the mic and you have the water there.
All right, before we get started, what is your preferred title? Is it officer or agent or some other title?
Special agent is fine.
Special agent. All right, special agent, before you testify, let me just ask, now that you're under oath, have you reviewed any of the previous testimony offered in this case?
No, I have not.
So you haven't observed any on the court's live stream?
No.
All right, Mr. Wood, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you. Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Mark Saari, it's Saari.
What is your occupation?
I'm a special agent with Social Security Administration Office of the Inspector General.
Right. And how long have you been doing that?
Approximately 5 years.
Tell us about that. What do you do as a special agent?
So I investigate allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse within Social Security Administration.
And how does one become qualified to do that?
So I was a prior deputy U.S. Marshal for approximately 13 years. I have completed the Colonel Investigator training program at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia. Glencoe, Georgia.
How did you become involved in the investigation regarding Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow?
So in or about January of 2020, the FBI out of Phoenix, Arizona contacted our office and to locate the whereabouts of JJ as well as Tylee Ryan.
So you were referred to it by the FBI?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, when did you say that was?
In or about January of 2020.
What was the purpose of your investigation?
To determine if the whereabouts of the children were to be located, as well as if there's any kind of Social Security fraud involved.
What did you do in furtherance of your investigation?
So I met with local law enforcement, met with the FBI, as well as had several subpoenas issued as well.
I want to talk to you about Tylee Ryan. Did Tylee Ryan receive Social Security benefits?
She did.
Why did she receive Social Security benefits?
She received survivor benefits based upon her father, Joe Ryan, who died on April 3rd, 2018.
And how much did she receive a month?
Approximately $18.59 per month.
Where she was a minor child, was there a guardian or someone who represented her in those payments?
Yes.
Is there a name for that individual?
Lori Vallow.
And is there a specific, is it fair to call her a representative payee?
Correct.
As part of your investigation, did you look into what bank accounts Tylee Ryan received these Social Security benefits?
Yes, I did.
Do you know what bank account she received those benefits in?
It was to a JP Morgan Chase account.
And do you know if, where she was a minor, was her mother also on that account?
I believe she was, yes.
Did the bank account she received payments into ever change?
Yes.
What did it change to?
To a BBVA account.
And do you know when that happened?
On or about August 20th of 2019.
Would there have been a notice regarding that change mailed to the representative payee or Tylee?
Yes.
And through your would that have been an automatically generated notice?
Yes, correct.
And in your investigation, have you uncovered such a document?
I have.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed States Exhibit 114A.
Yes.
And you can save a trip. He's already had provided me a copy and I'm no objection, Judge.
All right, I'll quickly look.
Your Honor, I just realized I did not provide courtesy copies to the court earlier as well.
Okay, and I'll just take a look at it as well. All right, Exhibit 114A has been offered without objection. It is admitted.
Detective, what is Exhibit 114A?
This is a notice sent by the Social Security Administration to Lori Val on behalf of Taya Ryan on August 27th, 2019, notifying of the bank change that happened.
And does it state the change, or I'm sorry, did you say what date it was sent?
The letter was sent on August 27th, 2019.
All right. And this just establishes that that bank account changed.
Correct.
Did Tylee Ryan stop receiving Social Security benefits?
She did.
When was the stop date?
In or about January of 2020.
And do you know why, through your investigation, those payments stopped?
Due to her whereabouts being unknown, our agency turned off the benefits.
And are you aware of a last known sighting of Tylee Ryan?
Judge, I'm gonna object. It's calling for him to make a determination based on hearsay.
The way that question's worded, I'll sustain that.
I'll retract the question.
Thank you.
I want to talk to you really quickly about JJ Vallow. Pursuant to your investigation, did JJ Vallow receive Social Security benefits?
Yes.
Why did JJ Vallow start receiving Social Security benefits?
Due to his father, Charles Vallow, dying on July 11th of 2019.
And do you know how much he received?
$19.51 per month.
And do you know when those payments began?
It's in September 18th, I believe, of 2019.
Did he also have a representative payee?
He did.
Who was his representative payee?
Lori Vallow.
Okay, so the same as Tylee's.
Correct.
Do you know when JJ Vallow, or did JJ Vallow's payments stop?
They did.
Why did they stop?
Due to his whereabouts being unknown.
And now I want to ask you a couple questions about Lori Vallow. Did Lori Vallow receive Social Security benefits pursuant to your investigation?
Yes, she did.
What kind of benefits did she receive?
It was called Mother, Child, and Care. So essentially, she was married to JJ's father at the time of his death. So we received a benefit for taking care of JJ during that time period.
So she received payments tied to Charles Vallow's death as well.
Correct.
Essentially for being the mother to a minor child who was receiving payments.
Yes, correct.
And do you know when those payments started?
We've been the same day as JJ, so on or about September 18th, 2019.
And do you know what her monthly payment was?
Approximately $19.51 per month.
Did the monthly amount she received ever change?
It did.
Do you know why?
In January 2020, I believe there was a small U.S. Treasury reclamation, or money was taken away from the account based on her a debt she owed, I believe, to the U.S. Treasury.
And did her payments ever end?
They did.
Why did they end?
Due to JJ's whereabouts being unknown.
When a person receives Social Security benefits, pursuant to your knowledge as a special agent and through your investigations, if they have certain changes in circumstances, are they required to notify the Social Security Administration?
Yes, they are.
What are some of those circumstances?
If the recipient or child moves from the address, if the person dies, if the custody of the child or person changes, that kind of thing.
In fact, and are individuals who receive Social Security benefits, are they notified that they are required to give that notice to the Social Security Administration?
They are.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed States Exhibit 114B.
There won't be an objection to that either, Judge.
Okay, I'll just briefly review that before it's admitted. Exhibit 114B is admitted.
Thank you, and may I publish that to the jury?
You may.
And Your Honor, may the witness have another copy of that while
No
I publish?
objection, Judge.
If we have one.
I do.
I have it.
Okay. So, and to be, I don't know if it matters, Mr. Wood, but what should be published is the exhibit, not the copy.
Right. What
Okay.
I have is the exhibit that will be published.
Okay, and then I will allow the copy to be provided for reference to the witness.
Special Agent, what is this document?
This is the copy of the reporting responsibilities that were given to Lori Vallow upon the application for JJ Vallow.
And would that have been an automatically generated document?
Yes, correct.
And it would have been mailed to her?
Either mailed or handed to her directly. Either two of those would have happened, correct?
All right. And you said this lays out the notification requirements.
It does.
What page is that on?
Page 1, I believe.
It starts there.
Page 5 of this document, but yes.
And so what are, again, you stated before, but what are some of the requirements that require notification for a change in circumstance?
On here and notes any beneficiary dies or becomes unable to handle benefits. That would be one item on this document.
And if a beneficiary moves, are they required to notify the Social Security Administration of that change?
They are.
And you stated earlier, if one of the child beneficiary dies, they're required to report that?
Yes, correct.
If a person such as Lori Vallow, who's receiving parent and care payments, if they remarry, are they required to provide that information?
They are.
Special Agent, pursuant to your investigation, did Lori Vallow ever report to the Social Security Administration that Tylee Ryan died or was missing?
No.
Did Lori Vallow ever report to the Social Security Administration that JJ Vallow died or was missing?
No.
Did Lori Vallow ever report that Tylee and JJ had moved from Arizona to Rexburg?
No.
Did Lori Vallow ever report to the Social Security Administration that she married Chad Daybell on November 5th, 2019?
She did not.
And did Lori Vallow ever report to the Social Security Administration that she moved to Hawaii in November or December of 2019?
She did not.
Special Agent, the funds from Social Security, before they're paid out, who do they belong to?
They belong to the U.S. Treasury, which is part of the U.S. government.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state has no further questions for this witness.
Very well. I'll allow cross at this time then, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge.
This is the exit.
Good afternoon, Special Agent.
Good afternoon.
Now, I heard a lot about Lori Vallow. Lori Vallow didn't do this. Lori Vallow didn't do that. Lori Vallow didn't notify of the deaths or moving. Are any of these documents or is this case involved in any capacity with Chad Daybell?
No,
Chad Daybell's not on any of the documents.
correct.
Chad Daybell is not under any obligation to report that he married anybody in particular, correct?
Correct.
And Lori Vallow is the one, if she's failing to do any of these acts, Mr. Daybell is not obligated to say anything, correct?
Sorry, repeat the question again.
Well, Lori married Chad Daybell. At that point, is Mr. Daybell obligated under the Treasury laws to report that to the Treasury Department for Lori Vallow's SSA payments?
I think if he were aware there was a violation of what's happening with the reporting responsibilities, it would probably be a problem for him. I would agree with that, actually.
Okay.
To repeat that, if he was aware that she had responsibility to report that, and that's actually a federal violation, and he was aware that did not support that, I believe that would be a problem, actually, for our agency to investigate.
It could be a problem.
It could be, correct.
Okay. But primarily, the person who's failing to report making those representations is the one who's primarily criminally responsible. Would you agree with that?
That's probably accurate, I would say, yes.
Yeah. And it would be unusual for a spouse to report on their own spouse that, oh, by the way, they're not, they didn't report about the benefits. It's really the onus is on the person receiving the financial assistance, right?
I would say so.
And that financial assistance was being put into Lori Vallow's independent account, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Now, if I'm adding this up correctly, you said Lori Vallow was getting $18.59 a month commencing when?
In or about September 18, 2019.
And was that because of a death? What was the reason for that check?
For JJ or for
Tylee?
For Tylee. That was for her father dying in 2018.
Tylee's father dying.
Correct.
Okay, so Tylee's father died and Lori Vallow. Do you know when did that come in? That check started?
For Tylee?
Yeah.
Her father died in April of 2018, so she put up her benefits after that date.
Okay, so he died in April of 2018. Okay, and at that point, she was getting or after she applied, she was starting in September of 2018, she was getting $18.59 a month, right?
September of 2019, she was receiving $18.59 per month. Every year increases based off of COLA, so it would have been a little bit less, I believe, in the previous year to that.
Okay. And at the same time, she was also getting this mother-child care as well, right?
In regards to Tylee?
For Tylee, did she get the mother-child care?
Not true, no. It would be for JJ.
Okay, well, I was just asking whether she did, so
okay.
Okay. And then JJ started getting the Social Security payments. Is that right?
In September of 2019, correct.
Okay. As far as Tylee is concerned, the Social Security payments end when?
In January of 2020.
In January 2020, the payments would end, right? Is that what you said?
Based upon our stopping the benefits for her, correct? Yes.
Okay, what about age? When do the benefits end as far as age?
If she turned 18, they would have stopped.
So if Tylee had turned 18 years of age, they would have stopped automatically anyway, correct?
Correct.
And at the time of Tylee's death, do you know how old she was?
I don't have the exact age for her at that time. I don't.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. And then as a result of Charles Vallow's death, JJ started receiving $19.51 a month.
Correct.
So my math is not great. We're about $3,800 between the two kids just from Social Security benefits. Is that right? That Lori Vallow received
Are you asking per month or what time period?
per
are you
month, per month.
I'd have to like add it up, but it'd be 1951 times 2 plus 1859 per month. So I don't have a calculator. in front
Oh,
of me.
I'm sorry. That's right. The child throws another $1,900 in there as well, right?
With mother, child, and care, correct?
So 39 and 18, we're north of $4,800, $5,800 a month approximately, right?
I'd have to add it up, but it sounds right to me.
Okay. And that's money that she receives every month. And only because her third husband died, right?
Correct.
Her fourth husband died, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then at some point, those funds would continue until the children would reach 18 years of age. Is that fair?
They would with one caveat. If
Okay.
we had sent a letter to her address in that time period and the letters were being returned to us, we would have stopped benefits immediately based off of that happening.
Okay.
So at some point, we would have probably been sending letters to the address in Arizona. We would have stopped benefits based on the letters probably being returned to us. So
But I'm talking in generalities. In generalities, if nothing had changed and everything remained the very same, and it just continued on with until both children reached the age of 18. Potentially, she would be until Tylee turned 18. You'd be looking at almost $5,800 a month in payments for just the kids to her. Would that be fair?
until the children aged out, I believe that'd be correct.
Okay, all right, Judge. I have nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. State have any redirect?
Your Honor, the state does not have any redirect,
All right, is this witness intended to be recalled?
not by the state.
Not by the defense, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, that'll conclude your testimony. Thank you for appearing. Can I have a quick counsel sidebar, please? All right, thank you, counsel. Given the timing, court suggested maybe we break for the day before starting with the new witness and just breaking that up immediately. So is the state okay to conclude for the day? And if so, who will be taking the stand tomorrow morning?
We are good to conclude, and Chuck and Citus will be starting in the morning.
All right, is the defense okay if we stop now?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, then thank you for your attentiveness today. As we break for the day, I will admonish you, please do not do anything to.
Okay. Sorry. My baby woke up, so I had to make him a sandwich. Oh my gosh. I know. Sorry, guys. Sorry. It wasn't right here. I apologize. Yeah, no, he doesn't. This is a thing, you know. Nobody even said that he had anything to do with Charles' death. They didn't, but he actually did. I mean, he knew about it, but he's not charged, so fucking drop it, right? So that guy just drives me crazy. Yes, we made it. Oh, did you? Okay, I haven't even looked at my phone, you guys. I usually try to watch my phone and keep up with chat, but the boy woke up, and so I've been dealing with him and all that. So, yes, we made it through another day, and hopefully, I'm sorry if I've missed anybody in chat. Sorry, guys. So happy to see you, Cosmic Crazy. Very, very happy to see you. Yeah, that's just every religion. Exactly. That's my problem with religion, period. I have faith. I don't have faith in religions. That's my opinion. They're very they perverted the piss out of pretty much everything on earth these days, in my opinion. But anyway, you know, I just do not believe that there's any religion that believes that you're supposed to just go and, well, you're not supposed to just call yourself a prophet, nor does it say that you just need to eliminate people. Right. I always say, you know, do I actually believe that there are any, you know, religions that are going to be condemned? I don't. And I'm definitely not that person to condemn them. But, yep. Yep. Yes, I agree, Gerri. I'm totally right there. Yes, I am too. Love you too. I'm going to get off here too. As soon as this boy's done with getting peanut butter all over everything, then I'm going to have to clean it up and we're going to go outside. But thank you guys so much for being here. I've got the score sheet going over here. Yep, he's having a fit out there, so something's going to be thrown on the floor any minute now. Okay. I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. And I will see you tomorrow. Yes, everybody enjoy your day, your evening. Yes, lovely springtime. A prophet. He's a Humpty Dumpty. Makes me sicker than crap. That voice, too, that whole time on there. Give me a break. Ugh. I know, Frazzled. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for all of the icky weather you're having. I'm very sorry. Okay, I love you guys. I will talk to you tomorrow. Bye.